Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we can start settling down so we can commence with our program. If we can just start settling down, we're commencing with our program. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Bongiwe Zwane, and I will be one of your program directors.
Good morning, Sanbonani. My name is Sonomo Mutimweng. I'm also one of the directors for today.
And so now, of course, apart from braving the traffic, who here normally starts their day in the afternoon like me? Because my day normally starts at 2, so it's a culture shock. Every time I have to see how many people wake up in the morning. So how many people start their day like me in the afternoon? There we go, Dineo, at least you are one. So I see everyone else. When we are done here, please teach me the survival tips of Johannesburg traffic in the morning. I just need survival tips.
Yeah, no, from my side, Tina, we're from the West End, so it was very tough for me driving this side this morning. Hitting so much traffic coming here, so yeah, I'll teach you a thing or two.
Please do. And I'm sure I'll ask the DM to borrow me his blue lights one or two of these moments, but thank you so much for joining us. And this morning, as we settle down, ongoing one, which is an indication of how we are beginning, in fact, not even beginning, we continue the process of reimagining our education system as we go into the future.
The thing is, how do we see a better future in the country? You know, with so much social ills that are happening. But I think such an event, you know, will highlight some of those things for us today. So without any further ado, we would like to call Vice Chancellor of the UJ. We are calling him first from the program because he has to do some other errands. So I'd like him to come on stage and to welcome us.
So,
Thank you.
Professor Letlokampedi would like you to come to the stage, please. We've been told that you have other errands that are quite pressing for you, so we don't want to keep you for long. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Glad you raised that already. It's a statutory committee of the university which I'm chairing, which is EXCO of our Senate. You know, so I pushed it to past and then also pushed it to online so that immediately when I get out of here, I can connect while heading to my office. Deputy Minister, Butimana Mela, let me also acknowledge a man who takes no, you know, you can never say no to Re Matuma Litswalo, the DDG of Basic Education, Dr. Mtembu, Me Pumo, our proud alumnus, you know, of the great University of Johannesburg, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to welcome you here at the University of Johannesburg. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, at the University of Johannesburg, we have long proclaimed to reimagine the future. It is appropriate then that this important insight education and Sibanye Stillwater dialogue takes place on our grounds, themed Reimagining Education for a Better Future. This event is a key representation of our present juncture. We find ourselves in the midst of a digital transformation. At the same time, however, this must be seen through the lens of sustainability. This convergence, ladies and gentlemen, fundamentally requires us to reimagine education, particularly cognizant of the challenges that plague our youth and our nation. The most recent statistics demonstrate that there is a 45.5% youth unemployment rate compared to the national average of 32.9%. These are deep concerns. Benjamin Franklin once said, open quote, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn," close quote. This is a fitting descriptor for this broad shift necessary in approaches to education. We must begin reframing skills building, particularly at the foundational level. This week, at the launch of UJ Strategic Plan 2035, I also stressed the importance of societal impact and sustainability and the role higher education institutions should play. This is a significant shift in understanding the necessary reimagining of education, ladies and gentlemen. As centers of knowledge and innovation, we are tasked to look beyond academic excellence and develop a deep commitment to social responsibility. Those of us in education institutions are uniquely poised to address pressing global challenges, including more localized challenges. This is a clarion call. It calls for change. We must lead the way. This event, ladies and gentlemen, represents an important step in this regard. A skills-based learning framework is not just an educational approach. It is a strategic necessity for our nation's growth and development. Necessary in this process is investment in every sense, in education that equips the youth with the necessary skills, fostering ethical technological development, promoting localized research and development, promoting human and intelligent technology collaboration, addressing disparities, and facilitating responsible technological adoption. This pursuit, ladies and gentlemen, is indivisible from societal impact and sustainability. By prioritizing these values, Ladies and gentlemen, we can inspire future leaders who are not only proficient in their fields, but also committed to driving positive societal change. The technical and vocational education and training, TVET sector, stands as a beacon of hope in our efforts to combat our challenges. This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, aims to interrogate the vital question of how skills-based learning can be more deeply entrenched within our wider education system, starting from the early childhood development and foundational phases. This is a journey that empowers the youth with the tools they need to thrive in their future workforce, with a deep understanding of ideas such as sustainability, societal impact, and the fourth industrial revolution. This platform, ladies and gentlemen, is an important forum to formulate actionable solutions for the early introduction of skills-based learning. I have no doubt that meaningful discussions that challenge our perspectives and inspire innovative solutions will emerge over the course of today. This platform is an embodiment of Nelson Mandela's words, open quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," close quote. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we can lay the groundwork for a more integrated approach to education that aligns with our broad national development goals in every sense. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. I suppose the errands are calling now. All right, now that our pressing matter on our agenda is out of the way, allow us then to welcome everyone again to this very important dialogue. And I suppose the ground has been set on really the importance of this particular moment. And it is no small feat that we have the Deputy Minister, of Higher Education in the room with us, because these are conversations, yes, they don't begin with his sector, they begin there at basic education level, but how do we begin to ensure that there is interconnectivity right up until the end? Because you think about the fact that we still talk, when we listen to the technical report of the Basic Education Department, that there are children who start school, but throughout the course of the system, they seem to be lost somewhere. They are never accounted for at the end when we get the matric results. So it's an important conversation that starts at early childhood development and continues all the way through. So we'll continue to peel the many layers of this conversation as we continue then this morning. Allow me to welcome the Inside Education Executive Chairman, Ntate Matumale Ntswalo, just to also speak to us about the purpose of why we are here today, this important conversation around skills, reimagining the education sector, of course, for a better future. What does that mean? Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now that the landlord has opened for us, now the host can now welcome you properly. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this important event today. We are glad to have you all here this morning. I would like to extend a special welcome to our keynote speaker today, Honorable Buti Manamela, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training. I would also like to extend the special welcome to the VC in his absentia. We appreciate his presence. He had to rush because all these important people, they could have chosen to be at a number of other engagements, but Instead, they chose to spend their time with us. In fact, I include all of you. You could have been somewhere, but you chose to be with us today. And for that, I thank you. I suppose it's proper to say all protocol observed. So we have summoned you here today to discuss education, an issue that is the essence of our existence at Inside Education. We have chosen to entitle today's dialogue as Reimagining Education for a Better Future. We chose this topic and this theme because we believe that all important stakeholders, including business, civil society, and government, agree that education is the key to unlocking the potential to our nation. We all agree that skills development is what our country requires to create jobs and grow the economy. What may be open to debate is the kind of skills we need and how they are to be acquired and the cost of training beneficiaries of skills development. This is the question that many of those gathered here today grapple with on a daily basis, and that is why you have been invited to this dialogue. South Africa has a robust policy framework on skills development guided by various policy and legislation initiatives. We will hear in more detail about many of these, but among those we can highlight include the country's human resource development strategy that forms part of the medium-term strategic framework. Many of us will remember initiatives such as the Joint Initiative for Priority Skills Acquisition, GIPSA, under the Accelerated Shared Growth Initiative of South Africa. These have since evolved into a comprehensive set of policies and pieces of legislation. The category of skills we would like to zoom in on today are the vocational and technical skills offered by, among others, TVET colleges. These are skills that literally get things built and done, from artisans to mechanics and engineers, as well as plumbers and electricians, and even hair technicians and fashion design practitioners. These are the skills at the coalface of manufacturing, production, and infrastructure development. These are also skills that take a relatively shorter period to acquire and can be monetized with relative ease. But of course, TVET colleges' challenges, chief among these is producing skills for a changing world. They need to produce skills in an era where students can learn robotics, adapt to artificial intelligence, and machine learning without losing the traditional skills that they have produced over decades. Our dialogue today will be divided into three topics. The role of ECD in facilitating the culture of skills based education. Also, is education, the basic education geared up for a skills-based education, and how the TVET sector can be transformed to become an optimal environment for a new caliber of students. Thabisi Lephumo, without whom this event would not have been possible. will elaborate more on this topic later after the keynote, on these topics after the keynote address by the Deputy Minister. Before I wrap up, let me also acknowledge the Inside Education and Sibanye teams who have played a crucial role in preparing for this important event, which started off as an idea and later became a reality. Once again, welcome to this important dialogue. I hope that the dialogue today will inspire ideas and discussions around ways that we can make our county a better place. I hope that you all enjoy the keynote address and the panel discussions. Before, this was written thinking that the Premier of Gauteng was still going to come. His office called this morning to apologize. He had to rush to the no. This time he's not fixing the GNU. He's grilling the judges. Today they are interviewing those from Gauteng. So, but thank you again to everyone for being here this morning to contribute in reimagining education for a better future. We will, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education will be the next speaker here. After me, and then Sibanye will come after. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dintswalo. And I think you have paved the way for today's engagements. And you know, as all the speakers have been here talking about the topics that we're going to be discussing today, you know, meaningful engagements always triumph, you know. We know where meaningful engagements has led South Africa to be today. Either some of us like what happened or didn't like what happened. But those meaningful engagements have led us here today, you know. So such meaningful engagements of the topic that we're going to be talking about today, they'll be facilitating a sustainable development, that we need to know where we need to start in this ecosystem of education and how do we need to bring those things together for us to be where we want to be or where we want to see the South Africa tomorrow. Without any further ado, I would like to call our keynote speaker, the Deputy Minister, Tatebuti Manamela, to join us here on stage and give us the keynote address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning. Let me extend acknowledgement to the okay. I'm not going to see what's written here. You couldn't hear me?
Yes, you're speaking quite soft.
Okay. Okay. Let me firstly acknowledge the chairman of Insight Education, Mr. Matuma Letswalo, together with the executives from Sibanye Stillwater, and the panelists, and everyone who has been acknowledged by the Vice Chancellor and the Chairman of Insight Education as our co-hosts. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide reflections. Of course, titling it a keynote put a little bit of pressure on it, so, but I hope that your expectation are more towards what we're going to discuss in the panel than in the keynote, especially when it's a keynote that's trying to reimagine education for a better future. Because we see this as fundamental to the mandate and mission of our department, but also as the foundation to the vision of the future articulated in the National Development Plan. And so I think that these conversations, particularly between universities, TVET colleges, the private sector, and in particular in mining, but also with basic education and higher education, are important because the importance of articulation as part of reimagining, in particular the TVET sector, is crucial. Articulation between everyone who's, who's in this room. And I'd like to start by where we are going to be ending in the next 6 years, with the National Development Plan as the founding basis of our vision as a country. And in every pillar and strategic goal of the National Development Plan, successful implementation depends on good quality education and skills. High quality education and skills are the differentiators between economic inclusion and exclusion, as well as gainful employment and unemployment. And so Chapter 4 of the National Development Plan cuts across the entire plan as agreed to by government, and therefore the responsibility which we have shouldering the implementation of the National Development Plan is no mean feat. It proposes expanding the country's skills base through quality education and vocational education, which includes early childhood education, a well-functioning schooling system, and a technical vocational education and training system which is geared towards enabling our people to fulfill their highest potential. The ultimate goal, therefore, and the measure of our collective success is preparing young people to participate in and contribute meaningfully and productively within society. The NDP concludes that there must be clear linkages between schools, TVET colleges, universities of technology, universities, and other providers of education and training, and included in this formulation, though not explicitly expressed, is the private sector as also a platform for training. By 2030, we had envisaged 2.6 million students to walk through the corridors and hallways of technical vocational education and training colleges in pursuit of future work prospects. This, of course, is an ideal we probably unlikely to achieve, but are doing everything to ensure that we are somewhere closer to it. In fact, over the last 2 years, the number of students enrolling at TVET colleges have been on the decline. But part of the discussions that we're having is how do we ensure that we cover some ground by 2030 towards meeting this goal of 2.6 million students. It means coordination of the entire sector. It means using whatever available space and resources, but it also means using whatever resources that we have much more efficiently. We will not achieve this if we rely on the traditional bricks and mortar to deliver TVET education, but it doesn't mean that our options are limited. And I think these are probably part of the discussions that we need to get into as to how do we aggressively accelerate the expansion of the TVET sector. And so as the focus of the dialogue also today is on embedding skills-based education at the basic phase, I'd also like to highlight the training aspect of the Department of Higher Education and Training's mandate and the relevant associated initiatives. Earlier this year, I was part of the Basic Education Lekgotla, where we collectively shared and exchanged ideas about equipping learners with the knowledge and skills for a changing world. And so I'll expand a bit on what our programs are, which promote skills-based learning and at the basic level much later. But the education ecosystem resides at the nexus of the inclusive society and the globally competitive economy we're attempting to co-create as a government collective with key partners and stakeholders. A capable, well-capacitated, and credible post-education and training landscape across the board has the potential to catalyze economic growth, drive job creation, but also foster inclusion. And it is therefore essential to collaborate with partners and stakeholders. Addressing the plight of young people is front and center for the attainment and achievement of a prosperous and productive future wherein education outcomes, skills, and employment are well aligned. The role of the TVET colleges in equipping the youth through training with the practical skills that are suitable and also relevant for the workplace cannot be overstated. In September, we observed the Community Education and Training Month, which creates awareness about community education and training colleges. The CET Month initiative encourages community approach to get young people back into the fold of further education and training. We're currently rolling out the 4th Industrial Revolution Centers of Excellence in 16 TVET colleges around the country. One of the first beneficiaries being Maluti TVET College in the Free State, together with Ekurhuleni East TVET colleges. And further rollouts will be done in the Eastern Cape, KZN, Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Northwest and Limpopo. The Centers of Excellence concept and program is a flagship partnership and collaboration which brings together at the skills training table our department together with selected sector education and training authorities and TVET colleges. The Centers of Excellence model is a pragmatic example of how the department is reimagining education for a better future by focusing on imparting TVET college lecturers and students with the prerequisite advanced skills for the age of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Young people are not in employment, education, or training. Young people who are not in employment, education, and training, but are part of the intended beneficiaries of the 4IR Centers of Excellence initiative. We want young people to improve their chances of employability and participating productively in the economy. And so these centers of excellence form part of continuing efforts to create a capable and competent citizenry which is equipped to cope with the demands of a changing world and innovate. So part of the policy issues that we are looking at, which I want to briefly venture into, in order to demonstrate how the future we're trying to prepare for now has actually been long imagined. In June 2018, we gazetted the Draft National Artisan Development Strategy and Implementation Plan 2017. A few years earlier, in June 2014, we published the white paper for post-school education and training, which would consider also that there exists the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training 2021 to 2030. When a lot of people ask the question, so in terms of education, what are the fundamental changes policy-wise that would be ushered in the 7th administration under the Government of National Unity? My emphasis has always been that we have a national plan for post-school education and training, which stretches up to 2030. We have the National Development Plan itself, and that any other changes will have to complement whatever plan that exists and that new government do not necessarily or should not necessarily translate into new plans, especially if we share the ideals expressed in the existing plan, and therefore have to act with much vigor to implement those particular plans and policies. And so our work is enabled by legislations, including the Skills Development Act. The Artisan Development Strategy reflects the content of Chapter 2 of the National Skills Development Act. Now, in the Draft National Artisan Development Strategy and Implementation Plan, which I spoke to, which I would refer to as the plan, we recognized that education is generally good insurance against unemployment and for an individual to stay in employment. However, too few people work. In fact, data suggests that the more educated one is, the better the chances they have for employability or to pursue entrepreneurship. In fact, over the last 15 to 20 years, we've experienced the highest graduate unemployment at 10%, yes, of course, but it has always been varying between anything between 4%, with 10% being the highest. And of course, understanding that we also are at the highest in terms of the unemployment rate. And of course, that's something that we need to deal with. But the Artisan Development Strategy forms part of our department's mission to develop capable, well-educated and skilled citizens through relevant and appropriate training. The Department of Basic Education is our core partner in our efforts to train artisans in South Africa's 50 TVET colleges, and the National Development Plan envisages that we have to train by 2030 30,000 artisans per annum. We had regressed a bit during COVID after hitting the high of 21,000 artisans a decade. Many of these young, many of these women venturing into careers which traditionally were reserved for predominantly white and men. And so, this call of artisan is beginning to change. But we're back now at COVID level, at COVID levels in graduating artisans per annum at about 22,000 per annum. And we're quite confident that we are going to reach the 30,000 artisans per annum by 2030. Our view as the Department of Higher Education and Training is that we have to work together, particularly with the Department of Basic Education, who are venturing into a certain level at the NQF level of vocational training. In the Artisan Development Strategy, the Department of Higher Education and Training identified basic education as our key partner, as I said, and this is so because they are the custodian of technical high schools, schools of skill and academic schools, which create the pipeline of learners who feed into the artisan development system. As is now, many of the feeders into our TVET colleges are schools with some of them absolutely no comprehension of technical and vocational academic background. And so we're trying to strengthen this link so that it helps us to succeed in the throughput rate of students who go into TVET colleges, but also help to increase the number of students who ultimately graduate as artisans. In the Artisan Development Strategy, our department underscores the need for greater clarity between the technical, vocational, and occupational offerings in the Department of Basic Education's CAPS curriculum and artisan training without further and onerous requirement. And I must add that this will also include having to collaborate with community colleges, and therefore the triad between schools, community colleges, and TVET colleges to intervene in communities at their different level and in order to meet the skills demands of those communities is going to be very, very crucial. In addition to 30 years of democracy, 2024 also marks the 10-year anniversary of our Decade of the Artisan campaign, a collaboration we've had between the two departments. When we embarked on the Decade of the Artisan as the Department of Higher Education and Training, we also established TVET College Open Week, and in our plan were the foresight to include primary school children starting in grade 4 as attendees to Decade of the Artisan Initiative and World Skills South Africa festivities for early exposure to skills-based careers and training options. And I think you should see the excitement in the faces of these kids when they get to try a skill program which enables them to help define the kind of career path that they want to, which is how we've structured these career development programs, wherein they basically go in there and try out a skill in construction, in plumbing, and so on and so forth. And on the basis of that, we hope that we'll plant a spark for them to pursue occupational programs or artisan training programs once they complete their grade 10. Now, in this plan that I'm referring to, which obviously most of its elements are in implementation, more work is needed to expand the partnership with the Department of Basic Education to include the CETAs, school governing bodies, NGOs, and community basic organization. It highlights the need to spotlight and better publicize our work in this space, and also effort required to ensure that partnerships, particularly from the private sector, comes into play. We remain committed to the fact that TVET colleges are the best placed institutions to train artisans who are in constant and consistent demand in the labor market. This has been one of the positions that we've consistently articulated, and we believe that the attitude of the public has to consistently be engaged in the way in which we view TVET colleges. Some years back, and I think this is a safe space to remind us of this, then Minister of Basic Education, Angie Motshekga, made a proposal that we should introduce an exit certificate at basic education level, grade 10. And she was mauled. She was taken to the cleaners. And I think it is precisely because of our attitude and approach as a country towards grade 12 and university education that we've privileged anyone who has matric and everyone who wants to go and study at a university. Okay? Much to the detriment of the skills demands which can only be produced either at a community college or at a TVET college. Now, the exit certificate at grade 10 meant that we open up an opportunity for young people or teenagers at that level to pursue studies at vocational colleges. But historically, we've always regarded TVET colleges as second grade, third grade, sometimes not even non-existent. And I think some of you who are active in whatever capacity at TVET colleges, who have witnessed over the last few years the changes that have taken place at TVET colleges in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of governance, in terms of the quality of learning and teaching, but also in terms of the state of the art, especially in some of our centers of specialization. Owe it to yourself to become advocates of technical vocational education and training colleges. Yes, it is going to take us some time because part of the challenge of not having this take-up of students going into TVET colleges, because it still remains, yes, with some students it's an institution of choice, but it still remain in public perception, or universities still remain in the perception of the public, that that's where quality education is being provided. So one would rather go and study, if their first preference is to study medicine at a university, and then they can't make it for medicine, they would rather go and study religious education or anything of that sort, which is far distant from medicine, just because all they want is a door at the university, as opposed to them considering studying some of the sciences at technical vocational education and training institutions. And so if we activists, if we're there at our TVET colleges, we owe it to ourselves to become proponents of TVET college education. And if we haven't been to a TVET college over the last 5 years or so, I think we should do ourselves a favor and go and see some of the work that are being done, especially in institutions where we have centers of specialization. We also challenge those who are here, starting with Sibanye and those who are here representing the private sector, to also engage with TVET colleges within their proximity. Universities, the point I whispered to Prof as he left, that the universities have also a responsibility to ensure that there's articulation between TVET colleges and TVET college qualifications and those that are being provided for at universities. Universities are not the be-all of our education system. If we do not strengthen our TVET colleges, we should forget about being well in terms of not only skills, but also in terms of economic growth and economic activities, and injecting some value into some of the minerals that we produce in our country. We should forget about competing with any of the other countries if we do not place TVET colleges at the heart of our skills revolution in the country. I hope that this will dominate our discussions today. Thank you very much for listening.
We can do better with a round of applause for the Deputy Minister. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. And you know, one thing that you say, which is so critical, is the attitudes of members of the public, parents, everybody that need to be engaged about TVET colleges. We often think, as the Deputy Minister is saying, that these are second grade, third grade, they're not important. But if we understood how important it is for the skills and the skills gap to be closed in this country, that we actually acknowledge the role that is being played by TVET colleges, it's going to really help this country. And of course, we talk about sluggish economic growth. That's also one area where we need to start talking about and having these conversations to see how best do we begin to even change the minds of the young people. Because if the young people themselves are hearing from us about how second grade or third grade or fourth grade or 10th grade the TVET colleges are, how do we expect them to choose them as an option? So quite an important conversation that we'll continue to have here. And really just looking at, you know, when the Deputy Minister said, how many of us have visited a TVET college in the last 5 years? It's a question I'd like to pose to all of you. How many? With a show of hands, how many? Okay, Deputy Minister, of course. Others, Deputy Minister, of course, I'm expecting you to raise your hand. Except for you, how many have been in a TVET college in the last 5 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you see, I'm even counting, just counting. I'm not even using my toes just yet. That's a signal. That's a signal that maybe, just maybe, we might need to do this. Just maybe, we might need to go visit. How many of us are going to do that? How? One. After that persuasive keynote address? One. How many are going to visit the TVET? I'm not going to any other speaker if this room is not littered with hands. How many are going to visit a TVET college? And please note, if you lie to me, I will have a way of finding out that you never went. So how many? How many are going to visit in the next 5 years? Okay, this table. So please, at the back, please note for me how many people are not having lunch. Thank you. How many are visiting from this table? 2. So the majority of this table, including you, Sonabo, you're not having lunch. 2 tables, how many are visiting TVET colleges in the next 5 years? I'm challenging you, 3 months. You've got 3 months to fulfill this. How many? This table is not eating. How many are going to be visiting TVET colleges? I really would like this room to be filled with hands that are going up. Hi, Bo. Please tell me, why do you decide not to be visiting a TVET college if you're choosing not to? Ntate, dumelang. Are you going to honor my request?
Which request?
To go to a TVET college within 3 months?
At the present moment, I'm financially constrained. I can't do this.
Kawara, I can organize transport. Mara, are you going to go to see what the young people are doing there?
If finance is available, I will.
There we go. There we go. So he's going, he's committed, he's having lunch. It's on me. Don't worry, Baba, I've paid. Anyone else who's deciding to go? Ndate, Dumela, are you going to go?
Morning, ma'am, and morning, everyone. Yes. The wonderful part is that I'm working for a TVET college. So thank you. I'm there every day.
So you're there every day. My challenge to you, Gay, is that all of us in this room, by the end of the day, our mindsets needs to have changed. Do you commit?
It is a must. They must change that.
There we go. So, Deputy Minister, you are in good hands. We do have one gentleman who's promised that by the end of today, we are going to have our mindsets changed. Now, you've been hearing about a very important stakeholder in this conversation. Very important. You've been hearing about her name. Very important, but you've not seen her. And we've heard, of course, about the purpose of the dialogue from the vantage point of Ntate Letsoalo as well as the Deputy Minister. But it's also important to hear from people who are backing the vision, who understand exactly why it's important to do this. And please help me welcome the EVP SA Stakeholder Relations of Sibanye-Stillwater, that is Ms. Tabile Pumo. Ms. Pumo, we are in good hands, because I'm sure now you're going to tell me in the next 3 months my assignment is taken care of, ne? Welcome.
Mina, it just means I'm getting dinners for the whole month because Sibanye is building a TVET college. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Minister Manamela, thank you so much. The VC of UJ, in his absence, thank you. DG Mthembu, thank you so much. And Tepule, thank you so much. All the representatives from higher and basic education, our partner inside Africa, everyone in the room, Nyabonga Guti, you made the time to be here for this very critical conversation about education. Sibanye-Stillwater is a mining company that has been around for 13 years. And in the last 13 years that we've been around, we recognize that if we are to do socio-economic contribution, which is infrastructure, clinics and hospitals, unless you have a developed nation, those things would amount to naught. Which is why our biggest pillar in terms of our socio-economic investment is in education. Since 2013, we've invested 1 billion in education. Deputy Minister and Dr. Mthembu, we build schools from primary to high schools in our communities. But we have recognized one thing, I think it's been now 3 years, that the quality of education is not about brick and mortar. The quality of education is about quality teaching and quality infrastructure, but most importantly, early childhood development. We did research with our partners for ICANN 4IR, where we recognize that the African or perhaps the South African child has got 0 chances of making it beyond grade 10 if foundational education is not correct. And in this foundational education, I was actually watching a video from China where children at early childhood stages are actually taught artisanal skills, which is why whether you are carrying a bag from Louis Vuitton, whether you are playing on your cell phone, all of these come from China. Because from age 2, age 3, those children appreciate the importance of their economy, and that is why manufacturing and artisanal skills are critical. This is the biggest challenge for South Africa. We have grown up, and I come from that era, where when we went to early childhood development, we called it crash in my time. We slept and we sang. And there's nothing wrong. Oh, Mama, somebody mustn't tell my mother and her friend who was my crèche teacher. And there's nothing wrong in that because there's an importance in culture and teaching people language. Because another thing we picked up, our children will not pass higher education because they cannot interpret what they are reading in their own language. The Chinese are succeeding because they are studying maths in Chinese. The Germans are studying maths in German. Therefore, they are not decoding. I mean, I always tell people English is my 16th language. So when you ask me something in English, I've got to quickly go and take it in Zulu and then by the time I get to respond to you, I'm already creating a mengelmoes because it's not my first language. And that's why our children are not able to take over the world, because they do not also have proper mother tongue training, but they also did not have the cultural appreciation that is critical with the singing at the school. But let me go back to the Chinese example. In the Chinese space and in any other economy, children are taught that artisanal and vocational education is just as important as academic education. People are not going to TVET colleges because they did not succeed in getting a diploma at university. They go there because they are skilled creators, they are skills artisans. So the reason why as Sibanye Stillwater we are backing this conversation, we are saying it cannot be in a country that lacks the skills that are driving this economy, we continue to glamorize academic education. It has its space, but South Africa has got more sociologists, philosophers, and all those people that are not required for the economy. So today, as the panels are going to sit, and Minister, this is the challenge I'm bringing to you and your team. Let's ask ourselves, what is the South African economy of the future? And if we know that, we then need to work ourselves backwards and say, what are the skills that this economy requires? And it's only until we do that that we will be able to tell the many unemployable graduates in this country that if you are doing degrees that are not aligned to the economy of South Africa today and beyond, you will remain unemployed youth. We need to be able to get a child at grade 10 saying, I'm brilliant at mathematics, I'm brilliant at physics, but I want to go fix cars because I want to go work at BMW in Germany. And that is the conversation as a country we are not having. That is a conversation as families we are not having. And I'm one of those people. It's when my child passes car, which university are you going to? My child can do nails. My child can do hair. And I look at her and thinking, get part-time. But if I allowed her, with the distinctions that she got at matric, to actually go do hair and nails, I'm looking at the next Herman Mashaba in terms of black like me. But we do not encourage that because we are a country that does not understand that economies are driven by skills. You go to Dubai and you ask yourself, how many people are natives? How many people are imported? And you ask yourself, who did they import? Artisans. They import artisans. You go to Qatar. Who built the stadiums for for the World Cup last year? Artisans. Were South Africans among the cohort of artisans that we took to Dubai, we took to Qatar? No, because they were busy doing sociology degrees at the University of Johannesburg. Because parents love to be at graduation ceremonies of universities than gearing up their children to have the proper skills to drive this economy. And until and unless we do that, let's open up the doors to have the foreigners in this country who can weld, who can fix shoes, who can run salons, continue to do that because their countries understand and understood what drives economies. Because it doesn't help for us to be commiserating with graduates that do not have employment. When actually at basic education, we are not saying, yeah, these 5 shouldn't even touch university. They are so good with their hands. At grade 10, we are sending them straight to a TVET college. Until the teachers begin to have that conversation, until the parents begin to have that conversation, until the deputy minister begins to say, let's have a quota in schools of how many of the gifted children are going to TVET colleges. And when they graduate, we know that we'll guarantee them jobs in South Africa because we've got skills shortage, but we will also export them to the world because there's an even bigger shortage of vocational skills outside the world. So as Sibanye-Stillwater, that's why we are here. We are saying we are supporting basic early childhood development. We are starting with robotics there. But I'm challenging the consultants to say, I want to see young kids learning how to assemble a car at grade R. I want them to learn how to fix something at grade R because that changes the mindset about the quality of work. It cannot be that we are a country that believes that quality of work is work that requires a pen. It has shown us it's taking us nowhere, and it will not take us anywhere. Otherwise, in future, the bulk of our industries will be driven by people outside of South Africa. Not because we are not educated, but we are educated in things that our economy does not need. And so I'm hopeful as an organization today that we are backing this with an appreciation that the next lot, DG, in terms of basic education that we want to get involved in, we want to go into schools and say to the principals and yourselves, how much are we promoting vocational education? How are we enabling those children by bringing in technology, by bringing in tools, so that you can begin to change the mindset of children who may not necessarily wish, even if they're academically excellent, to pursue university education. There is a space for university education, but there's even a bigger space for TVET education because we are a country in crisis. And until we acknowledge that, the ESCOMs of this world, the engineers that built Medupi, if those of you know, we imported thousands and thousands and thousands of foreigners and put them in bases in Medupi because there were no South Africans to do it. Right now we are talking about solar energy. Who's going to be building? We don't have the skills. We have to bring people from outside. So I think the timing is now. And in my mind, I think COVID has done all of us a favor. It has almost put us on the same line where whether you are the West, whether you're the East, Global North, Global South, whichever description you have, we are at the starting point of developing new technologies. We can digitize now, but that you are not going to find in a textbook of law or of history. We need to go back to schools and say to our children, do you know what the new technologies look like and what they can do? Because the robots that are going to be cleaning our houses, the robots that are going to be running our lives, may they be manufactured somewhere, and I'm from the West Rand now, may they be manufactured somewhere in our minds in the West Rand. Because those children went to TVET education, colleges, and the quality of education we were giving there was the education that enables them to build robots because they've got the technical expertise to be able to do that. So I'm pleased that we are here today. I am hopeful because a lot of you are involved in these spaces. We are just but a catalyst. We wanted this conversation to happen if nothing, for history to say, once upon a time, Deputy Minister took his time out of his calendar, Sibanye took time out of their calendar, the VC they took time out of their calendar to say, let's change how we relook at education. From basic education, early childhood, to grade 1, right up till grade 10. May our children aspire to be artisans. May our children see the value of skills that can be used here and beyond, because I would want to believe if the first cohort that comes out, even if it's 5 years down the line, let them be the ones that are going to be working with Namibia as they're looking at alternative energy, because we prepared them for that reality, and we didn't prepare them for the future unknown, which is filled with qualification, and in some cases, qualifications that no longer serve us as a country. With that, I would like to thank you so much for taking time out of your day to have these conversations. For those who are driving it forward, Godspeed. Sibanye Stillwater is behind you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sister Bisile. It was a really nice speech that we had from you. Just a second. We are very, 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 very pleased to have Sibanye in our midst. And I'm one of the people that know the work of Sibanye, you know, and here talking about the TVET college that is coming up, you know, it has raised an excitement in the area where we are from, because I'm also from the West Rand. And we're gonna have a TVET college for the first time in the area of Western area. You know, we never had any college whatsoever. So Sibanye, what it's doing is really great, you know. And for us to live and do a better economy for our country, we need stakeholders like Sibanye to be the catalyst in making sure that those things actually do happen, you know. And communities in such mining areas, they must stop being ghost towns. So the investment that Sibanye is putting in Western area is saying there's hope. They cannot put such a huge investment in Western area to build a TVET college and knowingly that this will be a ghost town. And such a TVET college will bring brilliant people that will come and be artisans that will work in the area. We need to come to a stop where mining communities, they now become a brain drain. Everyone who is from Begestal, from Mohlakeng, from everywhere else, when they pass matric, the first ticket to go out. They need that first ticket to leave, and they leave. And the communities become dilapidated as they are, which is a huge, huge challenge. Because what are we saying to the little ones that are still in ECD that are not even seeing the role models? Without any further ado, I'll call my colleague to introduce the first panelists, and then we can start with our first topic. Thank you.
Ngati lento se West Rand iya trenda. Ngiphume Soweto ke. So we settled this. It's not only West Rand, Sister Bisile, that's here, ne? Ngicela ukusho nje, Soweto ayingene somewhere. Because ngiyabona ukuthi hey West Rand ngathi nje kuyashisa, nathi ke siyashisa. And you know, as you were talking, I was thinking of something. I was laughing. There was a time in my career I was asked to do a show, which I still do, ngesiZulu. And I had to sit and think, if this is what I can do, is it not? Is it not? And I quickly had to correct myself to say, but that's my first language. The other one is the 17th, when at least the 16, mini 17. So I still need to process, reprocess, process, break down everything to get to interview the Deputy Minister in English. So language is very important. And if we don't speak our languages as well, we are the first ones to complain that they are becoming extinct, they are dying, they are white, our children don't know this. We now need to brag about the fact that we have a mathematician who does it ngesiZulu, a mathematician who does it kaSesotho, a mathematician who says, Kashitsonga, I can tell you what, x squared root what, you can tell, ne? That I didn't go far with mathematics, you can tell. So that square root, whatever it is, Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mama. Square root. Runababang, we studied history. So honestly, it's time to have these conversations. And where do they begin? At ECD level. Ngoba yebo, we were taught how to sleep, eat, sing with other children. Sibade siyakhula. I'm revealing my age, I know. But we were then, taught, it was important for us because it was a sense of community, right? But now times are changing. What does that look like? And that panel that is coming now, hopefully it gets to help us to understand more of it, because we're going to be talking about the role that the early childhood development can play in facilitating a culture for skills-based education. And before I call the panelists, please note, we are live on Inside Education's Facebook and YouTube pages. So a special welcome to also our audience online as well. And if you'd like to also get more information where you are seated, yabona siyaqhuba manje lento ye-4IR. Kunama QR code la. Angazi mangakwazi ukuskena mntana kababa Nkosi yami. If you can't scan the QR code, call me. It's 5 rand a code, right? I will charge you 5 rand to be able to scan the QR code. So lungise 5 rand la. Ne? And that 5 rand, I'm taking it to Ubaba, who needs to go to a TVET college. So do note, I'm raising funds. But without further ado, I'm going to call someone. When you read his profile, you are told that he mesmerizes a room. So when he comes to sit here and takes part in this panel, he mesmerizes a room. So please understand, you'll be mesmerized. He doesn't play soccer, by the way. I'm not sure. Dr. Kumalo, do you? Don't know. So Dr. Sibusiso Kumalo is the chairman and founder of the Master Growth Institute of Africa, and he's the foremost personal development coach. Imagine, leadership consultant, and a renowned international inspirational speaker and a wellness counselor. He also is using a fine combination of humor, mesmerized, an incredible stage presence and his personal life experiences, and has the unique ability, I repeat, to mesmerize any audience. So prepare yourselves. And through his public appearances in the media, the seminars that he does, webinars, workshops, national television, he effectively motivates, inspires, and impacts thousands of people in Africa each year. And what better way for us to gather today just to understand again, because we're being told, namhlanje, that we again need to have the conversation about TVET colleges. We again need to reimagine the education sector. We again need to reimagine our future. So he's one such person that is going to be doing that for us. And then we have Shami Sochideme, a highly skilled, a highly accomplished senior client relations manager at Chikuluru, bringing over 9 years of expertise in social impact management as well as advisory. And she oversees a diverse portfolio of strategic clients in the mining and financial services sectors, focusing on social investments in areas like education, youth development, and community empowerment. And of course, she is one of our panelists this morning. And I'm going to ask that you just hold your round of applause, please. We're going to do that as soon as we welcome all of them on stage. And another panelist is Ms. Tsakane Lydia Baloyi, a teacher and a qualified educational psychologist by profession, currently employed at the Gauteng Department of Education as a curriculum specialist for early childhood development, responsible for capacity building and support of teachers and subject advisors in developing early grade skills. And she's worked with the foundation phase, focusing on the area of life skills, which deals with the basics of skills and knowledge development for all school subjects in the early grades. So now this is the moment where we put our hands together for them. And if I see that you're not putting your hands together, please note, I will come to you and I will ask for my 5 rand as I continue to raise funds. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. If I may ask that we remove this part here so we can be able to see our panelists. So Nabo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Sibongiwe, and welcome to our panelists, Kutsbo, Lydia, Chamu, This is our first topic about the role of ECDs in facilitating a culture for skills-based development. We all know the challenges that the ECDs have faced over the couple of years, and them moving from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. And we also know about some of the challenges that they went through in terms of their compliance and the qualification for them to get funding, all of these challenges. But, I attended another workshop some time ago, and one of the facilitators, I think it's from DGA Merit Trust, mentioned that outside of all these other challenges in the ECD, there's an underlying challenge of stunting that is happening within the communities. And when those kids come to the ECD space, then they start to have challenges in even doing cognitive development activities because of stunting. How bad is stunting? I'll start with you, Shama.
I think maybe just to explain for those that don't know the period of stunting, it's between 0 and 2 years, right? And stunting is centered around nutrition, making sure that children have adequate meals, a balanced diet, in order for them to grow, right? And stunting, why it's so important in a child's life is that obviously it does have impacts on a child's ability to learn, because obviously if children are hungry, they are unable to learn. And I think it's just something that we have a lot of NGOs that are really investing in ensuring that children are actually nutritious. They have nutritious meals. And we know that for some children, because we live in a society of the haves and the haves not, right? The ones that have, obviously we can afford for our children to go into early childhood development centers. They have great meals. But then we have a large percentage of the have-nots, right, that rely on the meals that they have within ECD centers, the ones that don't grow. And we know that where we come from in our villages, most of the children go to school or ECD centers at the age of 3 to 4 months because parents need to leave them somewhere. So I think, there's a lot of education and awareness that needs to be done around stunting, particularly because, stunting, nutrition, and education, they go hand in hand. A child needs to eat and they need to learn. And, I think we are very motivated by, this skills-based education, because within early childhood development, it's all about foundational skills, right? Everyone is learning physical skills, social skills, cognitive skills. So it's very much cultured around skills development at a very foundational level, because it does set the pace for a child's educational trajectory. And we know that obviously if you don't get it right at a foundational level, there's no way you'll be able to infuse skills-based education from foundation phase all the way up until tertiary education. So I think, I know I'm deviating a bit from stunting into education, but I think they play, you can't have one without the other. You have to have both, right? And like you said, we all grew up in the days where ECD centers, there wasn't a curriculum in those days, and we used to play outside. So where we didn't get it from school, we got it from home. Kids used to play, you play with mud, really inciting your cognitive skills. And now, because obviously of society and safety, we can't take our children to go play outside and to learn and to explore. Hence why ECD centers has become very critical. But I think one thing we've all lost sight of, the have-nots, is what are your children learning in ECD centers, right? Are they really developing in ECD centers? Are they learning the foundational skills? Because if children learn through play, you expose them to the reality that they can be anything they want to be. Hence why vocational skills are embedded in ECD, because you want them to become a plumber today, tomorrow they want to be a boiler maker, maybe they want to be a technician, but you can be anything that you want to be at an ECD level. But the foundational skills are at the heart of everything. Children have, they listen first. I think if you see the trajectory, they listen, and after listening, they speak. And then when they speak, they read. And then the last one is writing. And somewhere along the line, children struggle from the point of reading and writing. So most children cram a lot. So if you don't pick up that the child is not actually really developing their cognitive skills, they're not actually grasping a concept to be able to read, that's where we lose them. And a lot of ECD centers, the have-nots, don't have the proper equipment, right? the proper environment to be able to learn, right? You can go to an ECD center, they're just beds and posters, but there's no learning happening. So there's a lot that needs to be done in the ECD space, from, investing more, and it cannot be government alone. It has to be private sector. It has to be, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to invest in early childhood development because of the large amounts of investment. So I just think it's just something that everyone has to understand, that if you do not get it right at an ECD level, there's no way at a foundation, InterCen, tertiary level, they'll be able to catch up. So I think that's just a few thoughts from me. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Samu. And you touched a very critical part of investing in ECDs, the type of investment that ECDs needs to get. And I think on that note, I'll give it to Uputsbu to tell us more about what for ICAN4R2, and actually delve more into the type of investment that can be given to ECDs. I know in the past couple of years, there was the what do they call it now? I know that they piloted it in Cape Town, where the ECDs were helped through the skills, is it social investment bonds? What type of other investments that can be channeled into ECDs to make them better? Thank you.
No, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the audience to be here. Listen, I think as my opening statement would be circled around the understanding of what we really mean about reimagining the future of education, that is. And with that being said, a friend of mine from the US once having a conversation said, Smoo, in order for us to have the courage to face the future, we need to have the mitigating temerity to ask critical questions. And such are those questions, talking about the investment and so forth. And thank you so much for Sibanye for partnering with us in challenging the narrative and also working in investing in the ECDs. And you said it quite well. I wouldn't have said it better, but if I would attempt to rather paint a picture of where we currently are, is on the importance of understanding that what got us here is enough to keep us here. And if you think of that notion from different levels, you will get to understand. Economically, what got us here is enough to keep us here. Educationally, what got us here is enough to keep us here. So for me to be seated here and be introduced as Dr. Smoo Khumalo, not 16V, where's the lady? Well, I'm trying to play soccer, but the best position is where I am right now, right? So even in many other aspects, that anything that ends wrong is probably because it started wrong. So how do we go back in reimagining? Because reimagining has to challenge us to go back and now start with the right phases in order for us to be here. Just to tell you, as I'm going to conclude, I'm currently working on a project with Saibono where we are going to campsites working on empowering grade 12 learners towards their final exam. And please keep them in your prayers because they're actually going to start anytime now. But now it's a challenge where we find ourselves because where we are currently, those who are actually biblical proclivities will understand. With Nehemiah had to, with one hand, rebuild and the other hand, fight. And this is where we are in the economy. Not only are we here to build, but the other leg is also considered to fight. Because with the grade 12s, guess what, Mibra? We're actually working on pushing them to be successful at this stage. But I'm wondering to myself, had that been done with early childhood development, we would have less stress of fighting, but rather focusing more on building or rebuilding as we go forward. So in my closing statement, here it is. The idea of investing should not only be considered in monetary terms, but actually taking these conversations we're having here out the borders of these four walls. Because the greatest of injustice is having all these phenomenal speakers ascend the stage and give out many good speeches about what's yet to happen, but it never leaves this place. So how do you and I not only have this conversation, but pragmatically take what we're speaking here to many others. I've been scanning around the room, and I'm seeing quite familiar faces of the current ECDs that we're actually training from Mpumalanga. I haven't seen any from Velcom, but we're trying much. But here's the thing. How do we, you and I, take this conversation yonder beyond the four walls and really make a quantifiable impact to those coming? Raising a 6-year-old, I'm wondering, would I want her to be at a university level? Would I not? We had a conversation one time when I just ascended this, time and again I take her to work, and she said, Baba, after primary schools, I don't want school no more. I want to go work with you. In my head, I was conflicted. Do I celebrate that or do I rebuke that? Right? So issues of investing and reinvesting in the current notion, but also stamping on the stronger foot that ECD is really the way to go. Not creche, not daycare, but early childhood development has to be the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sbo. You know, as we're discussing all of this, starting from stunting and what Sham was saying, and to you talking to all the things that we've highlighted, including us focusing more into ECD and not crashes. I'm glad I never went to crash, so. My mom was a teacher. So, yeah. So with all of that being said, as we gear up to look into how we reimagine education of the future, you know, and ECD moving from social development to the Department of Education. Now, Mepaloy, in terms of curriculum, to align this ecosystem, to say when a child is in ECD and is going to the foundation phase, what type of challenges are you currently having, or what are the key points that you're currently celebrating in terms of developing a curriculum that sinks in very well within the current ecosystem?
Thank you, and good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if this thing is working. Okay. You know, taking ECD from social development to education was basically, for that matter, that all this time it has been the issue of sleeping, waking up, playing, singing, and doing that. But before that happened, we already had a curriculum framework that was developed. The DHEAD is helping us with that. We have that curriculum that has been developed so that we can align it and streamline it with a primary education. So in the space where I'm working, I work with both what you call creches, those are the ECDs, and the primary school. So it is a bridge that we are forming between the creche and the. Then you look at the curriculum for the foundation phase. That is your grade R1, 2, 3, and R is still part of ECD. So when you define ECD, it's from birth. These are the children that we work with. We work with children from birth up to a grade 3. So in that, you need to see a trajectory from birth up to ECD. So we have that curriculum that has been developed. The only thing that is there is that, you know, to take the curriculum and, you know, practicalize it. That is the challenge that we are having. Because with the ECD teachers or the ECD practitioners that we have, we really, really need assistance from private sector and, you know, everyone. Because you have your gogos that are looking after the children. Everyone who, you know, could not make it going to school, they have ECD as something that they can start and look after the children. And they start by, you know, looking after my neighbor's children and then my friend's children, and then that grows. That also is an important area because we know that not all children are able to go to a center. So in ECD, we have what we call center-based ECDs and non-center-based ECDs. And I'm glad to hear that you're working with Saibono, because we also work with Saibono to make sure that we reach those children that are unable to go into a creche, And some community members are, gathering them together every day, and then they are trying to stimulate them and the like. So we are trying to take that curriculum to those children that cannot go to the ECD centers. But in that curriculum, when you look at it, it looks at developing a child holistically. So when you develop a child holistically, you have to develop them physically, mentally, cognitively, emotionally, and so forth. And doing that, we cannot be, I can hear that. So doing that, you know that you cannot stand in front of a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old and say to them, sit down there, I'm going to teach you, because you're not going to go anywhere. So how do we teach the children? How do we work with them in such a way that, they understand and they learn and they develop? We know that the basic job of a child is to play. So every day when they wake up, what do they want to do? They want to play. When you feed them, they want to play. When you do, even when they're supposed to go to bed or to rest, they want to play. So what best than to take the very same vehicle that they like and then use them to teach them the skills. Believe you me, if you work with these children and then you give them free resources, we don't necessarily have to go and buy resources. You take everything and anything that is in your house or in the school or you give it to a child, they'll turn it into something. Because they are very creative, ne? They're very creative. So you can take just a bottle here. That bottle can turn into an aeroplane, it can turn into a car, it can turn into anything, because they use their imagination. So our curriculum is such that it gives them that space to develop, to learn, to learn. When you say you have science for 1-year-olds, some people think that you are now trading in very dangerous situation. But science is very simple. Science is like, when you grow a plant, a child look at a plant that is growing, plant a seed and they see it growing, that is science. So science is everywhere around us, and our curriculum is saying we are teaching them about language development, because they have to learn to communicate. They need to learn a language, and that is what we do in the ECD centers, but we must work together with our parents, we must work with all the other community members in order to reach that kind of a situation. So the curriculum is there. The important thing is that the people, the drivers of the curriculum are the ones that need training, because currently it is a situation that is it needs every one of us to come together to assist in that.
No, thank you, Ma. And you've highlighted Abokoko that are looking after the kids, and the type of curriculum that is there, and Upu spoke about us talking about things within these 4 walls, that things must not end here. How do we train Abomakoko so that they are able to take this curriculum and use it properly, And what are the areas of concern that we have been identified in the ECD space, Shamiso? What are those challenges that have been seen in the ECD space, and including the capacitation of practitioners? How bad is it, or how far are we as South Africa to trying to close that gap?
Okay, I think it's working. We have passionate people in the ECD sectors. It's just that passion does not create a skill or a capability. You can be passionate about raising children, but it doesn't mean that it's going to translate into something. And I think she really touched on, our ECD practitioners. We need to capacitate and educate them to be able to translate that. And we need to monitor that. It doesn't mean that you train someone and they go. You actually need to monitor in the classroom that is what she's saying translating to what children are understanding, so that we are able to identify and pick children who are behind, because that's the problem that we have right now. We have a lot of children that are behind and that get pushed on, and then you get to matric, and it's too late. And I think it's just something that we really need to invest more in. And a lot of the ECD centers don't have resources, right? Even the basic resources of just bottles or papers or crayons or play equipment. And I think we really need to start looking at that. Even non-center-based centers that she was talking about, it's just people sitting down. So it's hard for you to really tap into a child's cognitive skills if there's nothing that they're using to play with. So singing, it's great, but it's not enough. You know, looking at one thing all the time, because obviously if you don't have enough resources, you're just using what you have. It doesn't expand a child's mindset. They're limited to what is within their environment. So if they see the same apple for 5 years, it's the same apple they'll see. If they don't see anything beyond that apple, that's all that they're going to take to foundation phase. So I really think that creating a conducive environment for children to learn, whether or not it's an ECD center, whether or not it's at home or in a non-center-based program, I think we really need to look into that. But like I said, it starts with investing as well. I mean, if right now there isn't a lot of money that goes towards ECD, we're very much reactive in South Africa, because obviously we look at matric as where all the money needs to go. But if you take a step back, we actually need to invest in early childhood development, because if we get it right for any child, it cannot be because someone can afford to take someone to an ECD center, their child has a right then to then move along, you know, the education system. It has to be accessible for everyone. And I think that's what we're starting to see now. We are producing a lot of unskilled labor. And if you interview each one of them and you find out where it started, it obviously will always start at an early childhood development level, like where were you? And now we have a curriculum, like she said, so every child now has to go to school, because that curriculum caters for everything that you need to learn. So if you have a child that doesn't go to an ECD center, it means that by foundation phase it's too late, because the curriculum already caters for all the kind of foundational skills that you need to learn, so that when you get into foundation phase, you're now being exposed to what you call your knowledge-based education. And what we're trying to do now is also to infuse skills-based education, because we've done the knowledge-based education very well. I think because of globalization and, you know, life right now, skills-based education is becoming more critical, and we really need to create that balance. But we really need a child with foundational skills to be able to absorb the two different types of educations that are offered. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I would like to open questions for the floor, if anyone has a question, and also from our online viewers, if there are any questions. Are there any questions from the side? 1, 2, 3. All right. You can start here, put 4. All right. You can start here. I'll help. That's the first one. I'll walk this side.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to say I am so happy that I came to this workshop or this talk, because I'm an ECD practitioner myself. I run a play group. The question that I have, it's 2 questions actually. One is, what is the role, it's actually directed to you. What is the role of the private public partnership? And when I say private, I don't mean the big corporates like your FNBs and your that have a CSI department. I'm talking about privately registered ECDs, for instance, that actually want to either share resources or actually get more information as well. Because I've tried to actually get hold of somebody at Tikululu 1, right? And it's very difficult because I'm not an NGO, I'm not an MPC, I'm just a privately registered ECD. So I do have resources that I would like to share, but also in return, there's certain informations that I would like to get from either the corporates and foundations like Tikululu, for instance. And then the other question that I have is, how is government accessible to such organizations, such privately registered ECDs, for instance? Thanks.
Anyone can take the question.
Okay. Okay, so you asked around private-public partnerships, and by private you mean at an individual level, not at an NGO level, and how that partnership can be created.
I meant not at like an SMME.
Okay.
Not at a corporate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So maybe let me just explain what we do within Chukululu. So we are a social investment company. So we are a middleman between corporate and NGOs, right? So we help corporates to be able to develop sound strategies that are relevant in the communities that they want to operate in. And when we help them to develop those strategies, we then look for NGOs. It can be PTYs, depending on the nature of what that particular client is looking for. So some clients really want to work with SMMEs, develop SMMEs. Some clients want to work with NGOs that develop SMMEs. So we help bring that relationship together. So we look for the NGOs that are aligned with what, strategic focus that particular client has. And we make sure that we monitor it, we measure it, we track it, and we report back to, the particular client on it. So with regards to the relationship, the nature of the relationship depends on the person who's investing in that relationship. So it depends, I think with us, it depends with the clients that we have. So we've seen that in the past 5 years, the funding towards ECD has dropped significantly. It was GBV during COVID. It's now all centered around youth development. So whatever the national strategic focus area is, our clients are naturally inclined to going there. So we've seen a massive drop. I think right now there's a really big push around youth development, livelihoods, skills development. So I think with us, because we play that brokering role, it depends with the nature and the type of clients that we have. But us directly, we don't really engage directly at an individual level unless it's a client that we have that does that. But part of what we do to contribute is platforms like this. We really do showcase around thought leadership, around education, and trying to encourage everybody to invest in early childhood development. And that's what we do from a social contribution that is outside of our clients, that we try and create platforms where we invite corporates, private sector, public sector, CBOs, to be able to have these type of discussions so that at least everybody is aligned in terms of where we should keep rallying funds towards. Because of course, youth development is a key thing, it's a key priority to address unemployment, but we still have to get to the root of the problem, right, which is ECD. So no matter how much money we invest towards other interventions, GBV, you can even trace it down to ECD. Social skills are not developed. Someone becomes a perpetrator. How did that happen? Trace it. Everything can be traced back to ECD. So we really try and get people to understand where the root cause of the problem is. I hope I've answered your question.
Shamo?
I think there was a second one for government.
Yeah.
Not sure?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so as government, since ECD moved from social development to education, we have what we call an intersectoral forum. So the intersectoral forum is a forum where every organization, whether it's private sector, government departments, ECDs, NGOs, we come together. That is where we discuss ECD matters. So as an ECD center, sometimes you might not know about that if you are, if you are working solo. So what I can suggest for you is that we have what we call ECD forums in every area of, of the country. So we have these forums. If you can just link with the forums, then you'll get to know when those meetings are held. And we have representatives. Those forums are at provincial level. There are forums at national level. And that is where you get to know and get information, even information about, the private sector that we are working with, the people that come, companies and the like, that wants to assist. that is where that kind of information is shared so that you can, and even even when you want to share your resources, those forums will be able to organize, the ECDs around you, because that is how they work. They organize the ECDs around you, and then you share those resources with whoever is around you, and then they can also share that information. So I think getting to the ECD forums and linking with them, that will be helpful for you. Thanks.
Question?
Dumelang, my name is Mutsumi Makene from Funda Community College in Soweto. My question goes to Member Loyi at the department regarding the curriculum development framework that has been that is being used. We know that in the sector of ECD, there's an element of Montessori which is provided in the private and more affluent communities. But also we know that there is a history of go-go theories of capable go-go's and adults in the community who have been taking care of children. My question then is, to what extent has there been any research that has been done, and to what extent is there any correlation between a type of Montessori go-go theory and the curriculum framework that the department has inherited? Thank you.
Thank you. So when you develop a curriculum is not developed by, some learned people that are sitting somewhere. So you have all these organizations that come together. Like I say, we have what we call an intersectoral forum. And that is where you get all the information. And when the curriculum framework was developed, there were NGOs that were involved there. There were the education department was involved, social development was involved, because you need to look at everyone that is there, look at the environment, and develop a curriculum that is going to respond to the environment where we are living. It won't be a curriculum that is only, offered maybe in another country. You look at that curriculum from another country, you look at your country and make sure that what you develop is going to answer the questions that are in your environment, in your community, but also it must be globally recognized. So all Montessori's and everything, they have been looked at when this was developed. So it's a framework that is above, it is an umbrella framework. Then when you come with the Montessori product, you just need to make sure that that Montessori product is going to address the framework that has been put by the department, because that framework does not say you cannot do this and this and that. It only says these are the basics for the development, the basics for curriculum for the learners. So we are not, it's not closing out the gate for any kind of program that is there. Every program is important.
Okay, so there's an online question. Kwenadi Chaba, how can we reimagine South Africa's education system to ensure equitable access, inclusivity, and prepare learners for a rapidly changing world? What solutions do you think could bridge the current gaps in quality and resources? I want to hear how education is going to change. I'm not sure who will take that.
Okay. Maybe one thing I spoke about is the human resource that we have. We can have a curriculum, we can have a policy, you can have papers and, nice as they are, but it is important to have a human resource that is going to help in addressing and ensuring that that curriculum is implemented. So we need to go back to the skills of the people that are, the practitioners that are working in the ECD center. Like I indicated, we have the go-go's, we have everyone, every type of skills that you can get there. But what we are finding right now is that you have to take everyone into the fore and then, try to show them what is it that they need to do on a daily basis. I'll give you an example. In a day, you cannot have, the sleeping and waking up and the like. So you have to develop something. What we have developed is a daily program. A daily program is saying for the 2-year-olds or for the 1-year-old or a 12-month child, when you change their nappy, that is where you develop them, their language. You sing to them, you talk to them, they must see your mouth moving. That is where it starts. And then when you go to your 4-year-olds, the 3-year-olds, every age level has a way of developing them. So you need to teach the practitioners to make them aware in terms of, child development and the milestones that they have to go through. And the other thing is that whenever there is a challenge, there is a barrier for the child, they are experiencing like stunting, you need to do and who do you work with, because we don't work alone. The Department of Health is there, the Department of Social Development is there. So the practitioners need to also know that if I see something that I do not understand, I must advise the parents, working in collaboration, to take the child to the clinic so that they can be checked. Because as a practitioner, you cannot say this child has this. So, and then in terms of resources, we have that human resource that is required. We also have resources, as we were saying, the toys for the children, the books for the children, the age-appropriate books for the children, so that a child should sit and, paging through a book is a skill, and it has to be taught. So we need those kind of resources so that the child can, whether they are paging it from, the bag is standing upside down, the important thing is that the first thing, you must page it from left, you move from left to right or from right to left. And when you read the book, you start at the top, you go to the bottom. So to do that, you need those resources. So it is very, very important. And as the department is working towards that, to ensure that we provide the resources. But unfortunately, it becomes, because the budget is limited for that, you look at certain ECDs, like right now we are looking at the registered ECDs, but we know that there is thousands and thousands of those that are not registered. So we need NGOs, we need partnerships with the private sector to assist us with where we are unable to reach so that we can bridge that gap.
Maybe also, I'm sorry, just a second. Maybe also to add a bit on what Ma'am has just said. I just would like to talk about what we're actually doing now in collaboration with Isibani as an ICANN organization. So ICANN is an organization led by Dr. David Mulabo. And more onto that, it is important to understand that no individual can really achieve a particular milestone to take a nation forward. It is a conglomerated effort of a number of entities coming together. So pretty much what we've done with Sibanye, we've selected, of course, with the help of the Department of Education, with their psychiatrists and so forth, bring them together in one space and selected a number of ECD centers whom we've seen that there is a need arising for that. Because looking at a child at an ECD center, allow me just please to involve or engage your mind. That is more of growing a hive, or rather growing honey in a particular place. That when you grow honey and you're growing honey near an orange farm, that honey has a probability of having a taste like citrus because it's grown next to it. So an early childhood is more of an imbibious cycle of learning from infancy stage until about 7 years or so. So we've taken a number of those and we've been busy working on them. And I think Mem Pumo also spoke about robotics into that, because someone who stands in the periphery of the conversation will be like, how do you teach a 3-year-old robotics? You are messing up their mind. It is hard for you to articulate that kind of notion in a small brain. But when you learn about robotics and science, it's more of an iteration of a sequence that they go through. You know, seeing a blunt sapling from the ground is part of science. You can be amazed what a child could do. Just don't say nothing, give them a tablet. That's where the growth of technology comes in, right? So, but along with that, most importantly, addressing the question, is the capacitation of the existing ECD trainers. I've had a conversation because just yesterday, less than 24 hours, I was visiting a number of ECD centers based in the West Rand, where I'm from. Just where I'm from, just for emphasis. I hope we're still friends after this, right? So I happened to have a conversation with a newly employed ECD practitioner who basically doesn't have much understanding of where we want to take this this idea of early childhood development to the future, and had to try and sit down and paint a picture ukuthi kahle kahle siya kuphi. Because until we change the narrative ukuthi okusilethe la kuyoke kusigcine la ngeke kusiphoke phelisa ukuthi sele phambili, it will keep us here. I'm sorry, that was just my Zulu thing kicking in. So that whatever God has here won't get us there. It's important to understand that the upskilling of the current younger ECD practitioners is of great importance. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Sibanye Stillwater and Inside Education for actually creating this opportunity. I think I want to throw this to the panel because in most cases we talk about inclusion. So I would like to really know in terms of the inclusion and the holistic inclusion of children. And when I say children, I mean all children, including children with disabilities. So I think it's very important that we talk about them because they're the most vulnerable groups. And in most cases, when we have this conversation, we don't include them in the conversations. And especially when we're talking about ECD centers, because that's where like a child learns and they develop certain skills. And we do know that even at the moment, we do not have the capacity for teachers to actually be able to teach children with disability. And how are we capacitating more teachers who can not only teach within the normal setting of the school, but also with the children with disability in mind? The second one, it goes to curriculum. The world is changing. Technology is kicking in. The creative industry is there. Arts and culture, we can't keep ignoring it. And the children, they learn through dance, visual art, drama, music, and literature. And especially at the very young, at that young age, those are the most important things which should be included in our curriculum so that they can actually have like a holistic development learning that we are all speaking about. And yeah, I just want to know how does the curriculum also cater for it? Thank you.
Okay, maybe let me start with the last one. Catering for dance and whatever. That is part of the curriculum. That is there in the curriculum. There is what we call learning development areas for the birth to 4 years. And one of them is creativity, which covers all that. And then when you go to the foundation phase, also in the life skills, there is physical education, there is creativity, and there's visual arts and creative arts. But the other thing is that, like in Gauteng, we know that our premier has, even when he was, he came into the space, he said, what I want to see is Sports Wednesday. And believe you me, we have started with that. That starts from ECD. So we have sports that we are doing with ECD. The only thing is that it takes time because, in terms of human resource, even at the department is very, very limited in order to cover everyone. But we are working bit by bit so that we are training. That is it's a subject that we need to cover, so we cannot even run away from it. So we have that sports that we are doing. We are training the practitioners in order that they should have sports and creative activities in their centers. And then at the end of every quarter, the quarter of a academic quarter, then they come back and they celebrate. I must say, on the 20th of November, we'll be having ECD's Olympics, where we'll be having these learners from ECDs that will be, showcasing their skills in those Olympics. And I think it will be held here at UJ. They will be showcasing that so that we encourage all the other practitioners in the spaces where they are sitting to say, you do not need a ground to go and do physical education. The smaller space that you have, you use that. And also collaborate with other ECDs around you or even the schools that are around you so we combine them with your grade Rs and grade 1, 2, 3 when we train them so that they can learn from the foundation phase. So that is happening. It is slow, but we have started with that. Now, when it comes to inclusion, that is a very, very sore one because you need to go and find out where those children are. Because parents usually, when their children are having some difficulties, sometimes they are even afraid to send them to an ECD center. So what we do is to advocate for that, for the parents to bring their children to the ECD centers. And then we are going to start in January, from 2025, we'll be doing some open sessions where we'll be inviting everyone to know, give them bit by bit, what is it that you need to do when you have a child that is behaving like this and that, how to identify the children with learning barriers, and also once they have been identified, if they cannot be assisted in the ECD center, then there must be an area. There is a school where they can go to be assisted. So we are working bit by bit. We'll get there, but we know that is a very, very thorny issue, and then it needs a lot of people coming together to assist there.
No, thank you very much, and we'd like to close this line of questions because we are slightly running behind of schedule. And I'll encourage everyone to meet our panelists if you have additional questions that you want to ask them when we have our tea break or lunch. And we're also requesting that let's not have these conversations ending here. Let's take them further and let's network and go and meet Sbu, let's meet Shami, and let's meet Mamulidia, and let's talk more about this. So without any further ado, I would like to thank our panelists and your participation on this topic. And we'd like to say thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We'll be taking a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to the second topic. That will be run by my cousin from West Rand. It's a 5-minute leg stretch. Just a 5-minute leg stretch, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, if we can all start coming back inside. If we can all start making our way inside, please. We're about to start with our next panel discussion. Okay, we move towards the door. If we can all start coming back inside, we're about to start with our second panel discussion. I know. Skisi. Please, may we all start coming back inside. We're about to start with our second panel discussion. If we can all please start making our way back inside, we're about to start with our second panel discussion. Siyabonga, Baba. Siyabonga. Thank you. If we can all start coming back inside, we are going to commence with our second panel discussion. Thank you. Okay. Our conversation with an excerpt from the National Development Plan. It says by 2030, the schooling system is characterized by learners and teachers who are highly motivated. Principals are effective managers who provide administrative and curriculum leadership. Parents are involved in the schools their children attend. Schools are accountable to parents. Committed and professional teachers have good knowledge of the subjects they teach. Schools and teachers are supported by knowledgeable district officials. The administration of education, including appointment and disciplining of teachers, is the preserve of the government, with unions ensuring that proper procedures are followed. Learning materials are readily available. Basic infrastructure requirements are met across the board, and high-speed broadband is available to support learning. That's how I'm prefacing our conversation, gentlemen. And I'm going to start with you, Dr. Mthembu, because we are talking about this 2030 vision, this basic education department and basic education space that looks like this in 2030. And in 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa made a clarion call that every child should be able to learn and read with meaning by the age of 10. And I wonder, how are we doing? Because that's a critical aspect of the part that we want to see in 2030. How are we doing? Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on now. Thank you very much. The issue of reading with meaning, it depends of where you come from. But our children can read with meaning. The only difference is that they read other things with meaning. They read SMSs. They read so much with meaning because reading comes with interest. Now, if you were going to read to them about the weekend game between Orlando Pirates and Stellenbosch, you say they must read that. There is interest to those who love soccer. Now, where we are, we're not yet where we're supposed to be. We have quite a number of programs which are trying to ensure that there is reading with meaning. But all that comes from the initial imagination. That is why the reimagination is very important, as to say, what is it that we need to do? Now, we participate in regional assessments, which are showing us that we are not yet where we're supposed to be. We also participate in international assessments on reading, and it also shows that we're not yet where we are. However, one must say that each and every province has a reading strategy now. It is derived from the national strategy for reading, because we want them to read for learning. Now, for them to read for learning, they need then to have we need to have a strategy. Now, this strategy is cascaded from national down to provinces.
And pardon me, the broadcaster in me is coming out now. Pardon me. I'm going to, if please bear with me, I might interject as you're talking. I would like us to come back to this part of the strategy, Babu Mthembu, but before you go there, I'd like to bring in Mr. Rangaka into this conversation. We've just heard now about the interest that some of the children will have when it comes to certain reading materials versus others. In your view, is it because they consider the others boring, or they consider that they are only interested in this one aspect? Why are we seeing what we're seeing?
Thanks a lot for that question. I don't know if anyone can hear me. Testing. Apologies. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2.
Okay. I'm going to ask...
Should I try my outside voice? Is that easier?
Your mic, sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for Sonobo's mic. Oh, there, Dr. Mthembu's giving you a mic. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, I think it's a very big point you're bringing up. And I think as well as us in the space, you know, we work specifically STEM education. And you really find it quite difficult to bring learners into the space. And I think one of the things, there's an activity I like doing whenever I walk into a classroom. And I give learners the example, like you mentioned now. You'll ask them, what was the score between Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates over the weekend? Or who was performing at a concert over the weekend? You'll have 80% to 90% of the hands in the classroom up. And then ask them, please recite Lishatile's principle to me. And then again, the learners aren't aware. And I think it's quite important that for me, when you're looking at certain spaces, I think there's a certain relatability that really isn't there over time with learners. The stuff that they are reading for meaning, which what they find interesting, is because they find it relatable. And I think with us as Flow Institute, one of the things that we try and do in the space a lot is to try and make education relatable. From something as simple as making relatable examples and not really looking at things that have passed. Yes, someone was mentioning to me the other week, the curriculum has remained the same. Solving for X is solving for X. Newton's laws have not changed in hundreds of years, right? But the difference is that the people who have to learn this stuff are changing. Generations used to be like 20 years. Generations now, I feel like 4 years as a new generation. The kids are so different. And I think for me, we need to work really hard at pushing relatability with our content.
The reason I'm starting with prefacing reading for meaning, the gentlemen and the audience, is that we are talking about a basic education that is geared up for a skills approach. Is it or is it not? And reading for meaning is part of being skilled and being geared up for that approach. Mr. Mudiba, I'm bringing you then into this conversation to say, if Ernest is saying that right now there's an ever-changing classroom that there is for teachers, there's an ever-changing child for the parents who are also now having to deal with this evolution. Are the teachers currently equipped to be able to deal with what they are presented with in front of them?
Good
Let's try
morning,
again.
everyone.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. I'm from the East Rand.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, we break the mold.
Sure. So I'll speak from the Gauteng province's perspective. I don't think we have a qualifications crisis because most of our educators either have 1 or 2 or 3 qualifications. So we don't have that kind of problem where we can say so the problem we might face is that we may lack teachers in particular subjects and have to ask other teachers to step in. But this is an unmandated reflection. If we train for teachers in universities to teach foundation phase, are we surprised about the outcome? And I think we need to think about how we as a society, the decisions we've taken to move the entry level for educators to a university degree. And in my view, I think the training colleges used to do a good job, especially of teaching children in the foundation phase. And I think the way we teach our educators has to change. And that means one of those things that we need to change is, I don't think teachers, especially on the foundation phase, need a university degree. And then secondly, why are we surprised that children don't read when we as adults have no interest in reading for pleasure? Because children will always see this as a chore because they don't see any adult in the household reading for pleasure. And I think if I can do a quick survey here is that if you gave a person a book to read for pleasure, they will finish it. But if you're to give them and say there's an exam tomorrow, the same book, they will dilly-dally around that tasks. So, and it's the same with children. And so if we are to create a reading nation, it means the adults and the parents also need to show the way. Thank you.
So, Dr. Mthembu, how do you begin to contend with that in order to ensure that these are reflections that are, for him, something that is important? And you heard the room. There was a resounding kind of affirmative response to the training of teachers, to the teacher colleges, to everything. And these are people we are tasking with ensuring that the skills-based approach starts at their level. Now, if the very training they are receiving, we are reflecting on this afternoon as something that may need to be relooked at, how then do you begin to contend with that from your vantage point, possibly at a policy or a curriculum level?
No, thank you. Let me start with the issue of the reading communities. You can teach your reading at school, but when these learners come home, somebody must help them to read. If that person doesn't have interest then in reading, then the whole thing begins to crumble there.
True.
I'm from Umlazi and Wamati.
Nazo, siyabonga.
I'm from Umlazi and Wamati. Both these townships have stayed in there. So when the looting of KwaZulu Natal, I think it was in 2021, when that looting took place, all the businesses were affected, except for exclusive books.
Wow.
Nobody looted there. And if you go to our schools, the criminals will break into our schools and take everything, but they throw books on the floor. They're not interested. So I'm saying the reading communities are important for us to ensure that the reading activities extend beyond the schooling hours. So that's what the strategy wants to do as well. And the other thing is the issue of teachers. I agree totally. The training colleges were good in a sense that they will actually take you through teaching methodology for 3 years. Now, universities are very strong in content, but colleges were strong in methodologies. Now, I think if we can then look at how higher education and basic education get together so that what should be taught in schools form part of the coursework or the course outline that is used to train the teachers, then you will have a problem with that. When also in the issue of interest, ask yourself, why do some people, when they buy the newspaper, go straight to the last page where there are sports? Why do others go to the middle page where there is economy? And why do others start from the first page? It is a question of interest. Are we writing reading material that appeals to the interests of these learners? That's another thing. Then the other important thing that we need to look at is the teacher himself. Our teachers are not trained in teaching reading. It's something that we need to look at and cover it nicely to say, how do we ensure that now we have a teacher who comes into the system well trained to teach learners on how to read for meaning and how to read for learning, because those two things are important. It links to technology, to skills, in a sense that once we teach these learners reading at a foundation phase, they will become lifelong learners. Once you become a lifelong learner, then you will pursue skills and understand everything and everything else included there.
So, Mr. Budebe, before I come back to you then to see how do we strike a balance between the theoretical and, the vocational learning for teachers, let me come to you, Ernest. Then, given what we've just spoken about, let's answer the question that is the purpose of this dialogue and this panel. Would you say then, in light of what we just heard, we've only spoken about reading, we've only spoken about the training for teachers, we've only spoken about just a small number of issues that may be at play, but is then the basic education sector geared up for a skills-based approach when it comes to the future that we're headed towards?
The simple answer, I think, is no. But I think there's a lot of opportunities, definitely in the space. From a CAPS perspective, we already have some phenomenal technical subjects, your mechanical technology, electrical, civil. And when you look at the document, the policy behind what it's meant to achieve, it's brilliant. The challenge is that we're not implementing well. And I think, one of the points that I've identified that I think we need to really hammer down and work on, going back to that relatability point, is having our learners understand the concept of value, and I'll need like a second to just break this down, right? What I mean by value is that when the learners are reading, or whoever's reading the sports page for meaning and for learning, it's because they have a direct value that they've identified that they're going to get from that. Whether it's an entertainment value, you're going to go to the commerce pages, you've got whatever, commercial value. And I think the problem is that the learners are going to school, they're learning how to weld, they're learning how to do plumbing stuff, but no one has taught them to say, okay, you've got the skill, how do you extract value from that skill? And I think for me, that's where the first big challenge comes in. I think once we can nail that, in short, basic education is going to be a lot of the way down the way.
Don't move on from that point, expand, because you talk about extracting value. What does it mean to someone who's watching us online and they're saying, you're talking about extracting value, does it play into the space of how do I professionalize my business? How do I charge for it? What are you talking about when you're talking about the extraction?
Thank you, I'll touch on that. And I think, one of the schools, I'll make an example of a school we work with in partnership with Sibanye in the Marikana regions out there called Mohale Technical High School. They've got a whole workshop, phenomenal, welding equipment, everything's in there. When you sit and you engage with the principal, you'll hear all about the challenges they have with funding, and we need money for this and need money for that. And I'm thinking, when I look at it as an entrepreneur, I see endless possibilities. There's people who have welding businesses that are fixing people's gates and things every single day. And for me, partnering with those small SMEs, with learners directly, such that they can see, okay, yes, I learned how to weld, but what does it mean in the real world? Do I go and identify, oh, listen, your house is broken. How do I come in and say, listen, we've got these particular skills that we can do it. And this is how we will price it. The learners can go figure out, well, actually, metal is at school, but actually there's a cost to it. How do I go and source this metal? What is the cost associated with that? The whole value chain of providing solutions to our world. And a lot of the problems that we have in our communities can be fixed by some of the schools that are basically there. And I think it also solves the bigger issue of underfunded schools, where schools can start generating their own revenue and teaching kids. Either you can be an entrepreneur, or actually, I won't be an entrepreneur, but I've learned how to be a good employee, even at school. When I leave school immediately, I'm employable from day one. And I think that's the whole value that I'm trying to get out of the space.
Mr. Budibe, I don't want to lose that point. I honestly don't, because it's such an important one, and I'm coming to you with this one to say, if we are at a point where training needs to be relooked at, because I'm a glass half full person, it's an approach that says we're going to get there. But now you have Ernest coming in saying that you can professionalize, you can do this, you can try to even do things that are going beyond the curriculum, but also keeping the school sustainable, but also teaching them more than what they need to know. How do you begin to translate what they are being taught theoretically from the teacher's perspective to a more practical approach? And you strike a balance there, because the two are not mutually exclusive. They are quite important in order to make sure that we bring out this holistic human being that's going into a skills-based approach into the future.
Thank you. Can I make several propositions?
Yeah.
The first one is that as a country at a policy level and the way we articulate the importance of education, we ought to stop signaling left but turning right. What do I mean by this? We say we are not talking about technical vocational education, but we still signal that academic education is important. Every year we look forward to seeing matriculants, right? That's the first part. The second proposition I'd like to make is the following. If we want to see a shift in skills-based education, we need to then re-engineer the whole FET band so that any child in a school in the community can elect to go vocational or academic at grade 10. And that means equipping all our schools with the necessary capacity, abilities, and the training, and the educators, and the links to industry. I'm talking school. Let's not wait for TVET, right? So that when you make a transition from grade 9, you can already say, if I want to be a chef, I just don't need to study only consumer studies. I can already start that at grade 10. But there are initiatives, right? Obviously, the 3 streams models, the schools of specializations, how did the technical high schools. But those things are add-ons. Right? They are not of sufficient magnitude that they will change the landscape to a skills-based education. If you ask anyone here from the township, who renovated your house? It's not Murray and Robert. It's not the Big 5. It's somebody who says, I can do everything. Mikanda wonke, right? You know what I mean. So it's the informal construction industry. And who are those people? Mostly Mozambicans, Zimbabweans. If they can leave, we don't have those skills. So if we are to have those kind of capabilities and skills, it means at grade 10 already, you must make the shift. And the qualification must also, there must be new qualification that recognize that stream of vocational and technical education. It must also be practical in the sense that when I talk to links to industry, those learners must go to industry, job shadowing, experiential learning. We don't have that right now. And the countries that are successful with artisanal and technical skills have strong industry relationship with schools. And when I emphasize schools, it's because TVET are not appropriate for 16-year-olds. Because if you say you are going to take all 16-year-olds when they have to shift to TVET, the age cohort that is at TVET is much higher than the 16-year-olds. And 16-year-olds are used to a controlled environment. And that is why we need to shift towards making vocational technical education available in all our schools. Thank you.
Dr. Mthembu, let me bring you in there. And thank you for bringing that age-appropriate conversation, because as we look TVET colleges in the next panel, it's going to be quite an interesting one. But Babu Mthembu, you've heard these reflections, you've heard from a policy direction, how do we move and get there, ensuring that it doesn't stay only on paper, but it translates into schools, all of what we just heard now.
Thank you. I think the issue of the curriculum as well as the training for skills, what the Department of Education, Basic Education has done now, we are piloting the 3-stream model. But the 3-stream model has been there, but not in the form or the format where, you have the focus schools established. Now, there are 2 streams that we are adding. We have the academic already. Now, we are introducing the vocational and the occupational. That is where then we are saying in a school, after grade 9, you can get a GEC certificate, General Education and Training Certificate. And then you go for hairdressing or whatever, panel beating and so on. We're introducing that. We are also introducing the vocational ones, panel beating, all those skills. Because the difference between what my colleague is talking about in South Africa is that in South Africa we delay our education sometimes in some of the skills. You take a long time learning about theory. To say, for me to teach you how to do or to lay a brick, I will give you the theory of laying a brick for 6 months. And then after 6 months, that's when you start laying a brick. And then if you look at these countries from, African countries, their education is 20% theory and 80% practical. That's why they are in the country doing what they are doing. But the other thing that we are trying as the Department of Education is to say, let us avoid duplication. If you are going to do construction from grade 10 to grade 12, and after that you go to TVET, you do the same construction for 3 years. It means that you have done it for 6 years. Branch at grade 9 and go to TVET and you do it there in that way. And the other important thing is value. Do we see value in what is happening? We're blaming our children and the parents for actually gravitating towards the academic stream. But that is the role model that these kids see every day, and the parents. They see a person with an academic gown living a better life. They don't see a child living a better life. So why do you say they must actually look at that one? Because they see a doctor driving a Mercedes-Benz. They see a child living in a shack. You get the point. So because we should have actually role modeled these things so that they follow them. And the issue of value is very important. In South Africa, English is compulsory, but agriculture is not compulsory. We'll speak English in empty stomachs. You see? And then it means that we must say, let's do things that are going to be of value. But the other thing is mother tongue-based bilingual education. We have decided, and as Department of Basic Education, through the portfolio committees and others, we're still going to consult more mother tongue-based education. To say if you learn in your language at least up to grade 4, you will be able to switch over to English easily because you have learned through your mouth. It's not true that our children cannot read with meaning entirely. It's because if you are talking about an octopus, then this child must think about the octopus and translate it into Sisuthu or whatever before answering the question. So mother tongue, look at the Afrikaners. We need to learn from them. They decided to teach their children through Afrikaans up to a particular level, and even up to grade 6, or even up to grade 9. But those kids are able to switch over to English easily.
And I suppose, Dr. Mthembu, you know, as I bring you in, Ernest, is that it speaks to a sense of pride that we also need to take in our languages. Ngoba ingane mayizokhuluma isiZulu, for example, like I am now, when they get into a room, they are sometimes seen as inferior, as ones who cannot speak in a universal language that everybody can understand, even to a point that we've become as parents more prouder, if there's such a word, of our children when they are speaking in English. You know, to their counterparts, to elders, Makaya, and all of that. Nobody says to a child, I'm expecting an 80% ngesiZulu, and you are not going to pass English first. So that also speaks to that, and I wonder, you know, how do you begin to change the mindset? Because it's not only at policy level, but you're dealing and contending with communities who are saying, this is what it needs to be. And before I bring you in,
yeah,
Ernest.
I think that's the problem, but that problem was not created by parents or learners or whosoever. We have made English a superior language. People believe that if you speak English, you are clever, not Sisuthu, not any other language. But the problem is here then, that the issue of language is that when you learn in another language, you lack exposure to your, you lack exposure to that language when you get home. The reason why English-speaking learners pass English easier is because they are exposed to English at school and after school. But the reason why other learners don't pass English easily is because they get exposed at school, but after school, they go to an environment where the language is not used. And also those learners in grade 12 is clear, non-home language speakers, they don't pass very well. Because when the examiner sets the paper, he sets the culture as well. When the examiner sets the paper, would say, my best overseas trip. That is in the issue of, holiday. The issue of holidays and everything is in the English culture. And then the examiner assumes that this child comes from the English culture because it's writing English home language. You see? when that child really comes from a culture of Kwashisanyama.
So,
you should, if you can give that, if you can give that, if you can give that child a composition and say, Shisanyama in my local environment, you can get a very good composition because it's part of culture. Umshado wangagiti. That's part of our culture. Then you can write of it. But if you say my best breakfast show or my best breakfast visit, then that is in another culture.
Yeah.
So language and culture go together. When you set a question paper, you set a question paper on basis of the fact that these people are also exposed to culture. Thank you.
So, Ernest, how do we then extract the value of a child that has been spoken of right now, who is, number one, seeing their own language as inferior potentially? Role modeling is another aspect of it, because we seem to also, as a society, put emphasis on the ones that, have got a doctor's qualification, are an advocate and all of that, and also the ones that are going to be on television receiving the matric certificate for best Ndondon and whatever. And yet here's a child who says, "Ngikhuluma isiZulu, and all I know how to do is, maybe I'm a plumber, and I would like this plumbing business to be one that is the best in the world. Kodwa angikwazi ukukhuluma lesi siLungu esifunekayo." So how do I extract the value in order to ensure that into the future, I'm still getting the basics, but also bridging the skills divide?
Sure, yeah. So I think for us, it's really important. I think the role modeling part for me is really where it's at. And the reason behind that is, even touching back on the language one, it's a conversation I had with my own mother this past week. When I went to Setswana, you don't know Setswana. I'm thinking, but whose fault is that? You took me to the school because you said, go learn how to speak English with your private school accent. But, but realizing now after the fact that it's so important in the spaces that we are in to show, and I make sure, people talk about go to school, get your engineering degree. But I make examples of people. We've got friends who are studying engineering with Wits. And I'll say, of 20 people that I was studying with, it's less than 3 of them that are actually engineers today. And not that they didn't graduate, they graduated. But the thing is, they went because your parents said, go do this. But they learned after the fact that the value actually that I can amass for myself is completely somewhere else. And then at the same time, I go make examples of people who really did not follow that, the route that we normally have. So there's a gentleman who was a section engineer, one of the Rustenburg mines. And he was head engineer of this entire operation. Did not go and do a Eng or a BSc. He went and did his N courses, N3, N4, N5, and he rose up the ranks. But it's because from his perspective, he saw the value in what he wanted to achieve at the end of the day. And I think once you can start showing people, listen, here are people in your space that are where you want to be. And they didn't get there through what we were told and how you must get there. But from wherever you are, right, even if you have to go through a TVET college, from wherever you are, even if you must go through, get a job out of matric and work your way up. So many corporates give you so many learning opportunities to go up. For me, it's the fact that find out what is your why? What is the thing that drives you on a day-to-day basis? And then you can find whatever journey it is. You can get there even if you got 40% maths in matric. Not saying you must aim for it, but there's definitely ways you can still get to wherever you want to be, because in my team, every single day, everyone who's playing a particular role didn't even study to do that. But what they did is that they finished what their parents said they must go do, and then they came back and said, you know what, I see value in that, and I'm going to spend the next 6 years pursuing that particular thing because that's the value that I want to get out of this particular space.
If my mother had her way, I would be in a robe somewhere arguing point of order, your worship, or something. And I happened to escape after fulfilling her dream to what I'm doing now, which is a story of a lot of us. And I'm going to give you 30 seconds each to wrap up our conversation, because it's meant to be a teaser. And the reason it is a teaser is that all of us in this room, we need to go back and have these conversations with ourselves. We need to understand what role are we playing to ensuring that the basic education department is able to do what it does, but also we do what we do as parents as well. We do what we do as society. We do what we do in order to ensure that the skills-based approach that we are talking about is actually realized. Because the minute we start putting value on certain careers and not on others, we are also making it difficult for our children to actually pick them. So in about 30 seconds, I am going to ask all of you, 30 seconds each, just to tell us into the future, what is that one thing that we need to get right now in order to be able to ensure that the system speaks to itself from ECD level right up until that skills level where we need to get to? I'm going to start with you, Ernest.
I'll try keep it to 30 seconds.
Yes, I am a broadcaster, so 30 seconds is 30 seconds.
Okay, I think the one lesson I think for me that we can really learn is let's look today and imagine ourselves 5 years back and consider how many jobs exist today that were not even there. I've got an exam coming up next week. My textbook is only 2 years old, which is not old for a textbook, but it's already irrelevant for the context of what I'm studying. And I think the reality is that when we think about skills, we cannot leave it down to the curriculum that was planned and it's going to go through systems and years of moderation. We need to think really about what are those genuine skills today that we need to be teaching our learners to get through, and they need to be able to pick out what is the value that I've got that I can give in a particular space. And let's just do it, guys, at the end of the day. Let's do it. Policies will come, they'll catch us along the way, but let's make sure we can just go out there and do it.
Mom did very well. Dr. Budi.
Thank you. So basic education lays the foundation. And I think we've done fairly well considering. But if we're going to the future to a skills-based type of education, we need to start doing it at grade 10. And not just, and so that ultimately we shift the proportion of high school graduates that are more, so that we have more that are vocational and technically educated. It's done in other countries, Austria, Germany, and all of those countries with big manufacturing. Only 20% go to universities for pure academic training. We must be serious about mother tongue. I don't think we are serious.
Yeah.
If we are serious about mother tongue education, then it must be from grade 1 up to university, because we are disadvantaging black learners who are, and in context of Gauteng, where it's a cosmopolitan environment, no one speaks a language purely. And two, all of us here maybe, or some of us, if I were to do a survey again, go to an ATM, all languages are provided. So it's not only children who prefer English, we adults also prefer.
Mina ngikhetha isiZulu.
Yeah, okay, but all I'm saying is to say that if we are to have mother tongue seriously, taken seriously, you must never ever switch. Because this switching, let me explain when I say we are disadvantaged.
10 seconds.
So they shift to content English at grade 4, and they still do their mother tongue. At university, they're expected to do English home language. It's another transition, which disadvantages them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mthembu?
Thank you. I think for me, what is important is to ensure that universities and all the teacher training institutions, they take their training from, or the content from what is being done in the basic education. Because that makes it easy for those teachers to come back and being relevant to the system. The other thing should be our knowledge, these indigenous knowledge systems. If we talk about entrepreneurship, indigenous knowledge systems comes with a lot of entrepreneurship. They make so many things using indigenous knowledge. And lastly, I think we need to go down to ECD and ensure that we start to introduce mother tongue-based bilingual education so that those kids will be able to switch over at a certain point in time. Thank you.
Let me thank you all for your time. That was Dr. Pani Mthembu, the Deputy Director General of Basic Education, Mr. Opa Bodibe, Gauteng Department of Education, Acting Deputy Director, Education Support, as well as Mr. Ernest Rangaka, Clow Institute's Managing Director. Another round of applause. And my apologies to you. that you were not able to ask your questions. You'll do so in the next panel discussion. But in the interest of time, we are now going to be moving over to our next panel discussion. So let me thank you all for your time. Thank you, gentlemen. You certainly got us thinking. And yes, Ndate Budibe, I do choose isiZulu. Kulega, I do. And if you want to know how isiZulu, how much I actually do speak, masiphuma la sihambe sek ATM. Ngizokubonisa ukuthi ngifika ngiqhafaze kuphi nakuphi nakuphi. Honestly speaking, before we even get into our next panel discussion, just at the back of that, how many people are Zulu speaking here? Zulu. Right. Ngizonibamba kahle. Ingqungquthela yini? Yini ingqungquthela? Yini ingqungquthela? Nazo-ke. Why nisho ngathi niyasaba? Angithi sikhuluma about being proud of our languages, right? Why nisho ngathi mina ngene nisho nithi sengqungqutheleni? Spagat. Because ultimately that's how our children get to learn and understand that it's important for them to speak their language. My kids know. You don't tell me you've passed English 80% and yet Zulu tolu 79. There must be 96 years Zulu English ke singamshaya 70 angeke ngilwise. But ultimately, if we are not going to socialize them in that way, how then do we expect them to take it to the system? And I think it's ultimately what this panel was making us think about. That it's not just a teacher's role to teach the child that which we would like to see. We have a role as parents. We have a role as community members. We have a role as Ernest has said, learner support. Because us teaching them how to be solutions-based is going into the future. And speaking about going into the future, our next panel is going to be looking at how the TVET sector can be transformed to become an optimal environment for a new caliber of students. And Sonwabo is going to do the intros there. Because, yay, we know what we say about TVET colleges, right? We know what we say, Angit. Yeah, it's a safe space. We know what we say, right? Okay, so as I wait, please tell us who do we have, because this is a very difficult conversation.
You know, due to the interest of time, I would like to introduce our two speakers, panelists, which is Utata Makabongwe Siziba. And our second one is going to be Mr. Zuko Mbolekwa. Now I'll read their brief profile. Mr. Makabongwe Siziba has a 19-year experience in ICT with 11 years of senior management level. He holds an MPhil in ICT governance from Nelson Mandela University, plus an international recognized professional certificate, including the CGDI. I'm not going to read all of these abbreviations. At the present moment, he develops and implements digital strategies to establish sound information management systems and promotes effective management of technology and information on a as a strategic enabler to achieve business objectives. His role evolves as he becomes a key strategic business leader with his role of technologist being secondary with the organization. I don't know what that means. The second speaker is Mr. Zuko Mbolekwa. He holds a postgraduate diploma in higher education from the Valle University of Technology and a master's degree in ICT from the University of Johannesburg. Currently, he's doing his master's in business administration with Menkosa. Mr. Zuko Mbolekwa is a citizen leader from a tertiary institution, and he's currently the president of Career Exhibitions and AMP Information Association. He's a leader in TVET space leading as a chairperson of the Gauteng Free State TVET colleges. Mr. Mbolekwa works at the Ekurhuleni East TVET College as a lecturer, and now
He's currently working as an assistant director for the marketing and communications of the college. Oh, there's another one. Okay, we also have Mr. Pule Mashele, who's an acting director, acting regional manager. He's an expert on issues of leadership with the TVET sector, focusing on supporting the adequate management of TVET colleges. He has decades of long career in education sector, which has seen him occupy positions such as school principals, as well as being at the helm of Letaba TVET College. He has a strong passion in seeing the transformation of colleges. Please help me welcome our panelists.
Right. So just a quick note before we get on with this panel discussion. If you had questions for panel 2, please do not erase them. Don't get rid of them. We're going to combine the questions for these panels so that if we are able to get as much out of these panels as possible, it's going to be quite helpful to all of us, because some of the questions may be linked as they are speaking to one another. So if your question, you jotted it down in panel 2, feel free to bring it here. We still have the panelists from a conversation 2 in the room. We still even have, if something still strikes you from panel 1 that maybe you want to touch on, but there I'm going to be strict with time. So, as we get into this conversation, Ntate Mashele, the NDP is clear. It says higher education is the major driver of the information knowledge system, linking it with economic development. When people think higher education, hardly TVET features right up there. It's university. You know, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's 2024. Are you finding that we've made any strides at all to deal with that, or are we still struggling?
Thanks, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. When we talk to matters of TVET space or the TVET sector, the Department of Higher Education and Training made a lot of strides. Maybe we can look at 10 years ago and we look at today, what we have done. I want us to look at the EVR. We look at the environment that we find ourselves in. We look at the values, and also we look at the resourcing or the resources. We look and also look at the personal analysis, also the SWOT analysis in the TVET space. I'll start with the kind of a student that we want to see or we perceive. As a department, few months or few years ago, we looked at the curriculum transformation. Where do we want to see our students in terms of the curriculum? How do we best review the curriculum? Linking that with the industry. We have formed strong partnerships with our industry in the country, and also some colleges made strong partnerships with the industry out of the country. I'll go to the second item with regard to the development of our infrastructure. We worked greatly in the improvement of our infrastructure. You go and look at our 4 IR labs, you look at our workshops, we look at our learning centers. There is a great improvement, and we have worked a lot on that. But again, when we look at the development and support of our lecturers or our facilitators, we dealt with that seriously. We have seen the development of these particular lecturers and also our facilitators. I'm happy that with me here, I'm with Mr. Stusha, who deals with that particular item on the professionalization and development of our lecturers. But as far as our programs are concerned, we are now looking at entrepreneurship, and we're now emphasizing the soft skills. The building of teams, incorporating leaderships, and whatever you can think about in terms of the soft skills. But now, there is the other item on entrepreneurship. We are saying our students cannot only become employees, but now they can become employers. So we are training that. We've opened that space for our students.
Before you continue, right on that point, I'd like to bring in Zugo. You were in that space, but we just had a conversation now, which talks about age-appropriate spaces when it comes to TVET colleges. There was a point raised by a previous speaker that sometimes the learners come in, they're 16, they want to be there, but they cannot because they simply see a world that's not representative of who they are. Are TVET colleges age appropriate for a 16-year-old?
What I can say is the TVET spaces is age appropriate. One now he was mentioning to say when you go to China, you look at the kids in China, at an early age, they're now studying different items. They can be on the vocational space or in a different level. In our colleges, we have the NCV, we have the NATED, although we are now phasing them out. This kind of categories, they classify our students, and also those who leave grade 9, they go and continue with the vocational programs in our TVET colleges. Therefore, it is appropriate in that level.
Okay, Zugo, you agree?
Look, I agree fully. Our, just to add on what Mr. Marshall has said, our lecturers at the college, they've done extensive training when it comes to dealing with students of that age. So it is true that they are age appropriate. They do a method. We encourage our lecturers to, over and above doing the content that they're going to teach, to have a method, teaching method, that teaches you on how to deal with young people as early as 18 years.
So where does that concern come from then?
Look, there are many perceptions that are drawn about TVET colleges, including the stigma that finds itself that we are of a lower nature, also the one of age appropriate. I think it's one of those stigmas, but we do have well-trained. Over and above that, in most colleges, if not all, we've got your social workers, where students, if they experience any kind of anxiety or an environment that seems not to be favoring them, they can go to. So we've got the systems in TVET colleges to deal with age that you have said is inappropriate for TVET space. Thank you.
And I want to later on just drill down to you as a former lecturer. Mr. Siziba, you have the task of ensuring that funding, issues of funding are addressed, issues of compliance are addressed, and in terms of ensuring that there's enough, placements for learners as well. How are we doing there, especially when you look at the road that we've traveled? Because in my day, it was called an FET and all of that. Now, how have we progressed in that regard?
All right, thanks. Well, disclaimer, of course, I'll be relating to the facet. We are a finance and accounting services sector. I think our interest, particularly in the TVET sector, is our contribution, direct contribution to what we do, and I will relate to that. It would be very nice if all sitters were here so that we share different experiences around the skills development that we do. So, first, I think bulk of our investment, it's on TVETs. I'll mention a few things that we are doing with TVETs. Yeah, sure. I know 3 years ago we commissioned a study on TVET sector, but you are looking at the curriculum and also the educators. I like what the colleague is saying and then we were looking at the curriculum, but interesting enough, the outcome of the study said, no, there's nothing wrong with the curriculum, but it's the quality of educators that were problematic. So what did we do? So then we invested on a bursaries so that we then upskill educators at the TVET colleges. So we do have those bursaries with the educators, and we are tracking the impact in terms of what we're doing around those issues. Over and above that, from an infrastructure point of view as well, we've been investing on state-of-the-art ICT hubs across all 50 public TVET colleges. We've done that, 9 cities and also 5 skill centers. So our contributors directly, and we're targeting rural areas in particular, because the problem we discovered is that, particularly finance and accounting, where we see the uptake is very low, that you get learners in rural areas, but they start, and when they have to do practicals, and they go to big cities and all that. So we're trying to look at that gap and say, in partnering with other cities, of course, because MICT cities, we are partnering with them with digital skills, and then we want to train and evaluate within the catchment area so that the skills are within the community. So there's a lot of investment around.
I like the rural part of the conversation, because we often say that, you know, our rural communities are far from opportunities. And to hear that then that is brought into the community as part of the training, what impact have you seen? You know, from your vantage point, and the changes you've seen when you decided to take these resources there?
What is interesting with the program, so it was targeting TVETs, but with the uptake, now we've seen most of the TVET colleges are expanding. You know, as you rightfully say, that the coverage, because it was so small before, now some of the lecturers and also the institutions, they're expanding the catchment in the ICT now even to communities. It was interesting, we went to Eastern Cape. I mean, of course, I'm from Eastern Cape.
Amen, thank you.
Yes.
Not West Rand, thank you.
So we went to Eastern Cape, and it was interesting that the collaboration that we have beyond just, because we don't just go and deliver these hubs. We partner for programs with MICT CETA, digital skills of today. I mean, I like the conversation that happened earlier on. We're no longer doing Microsoft, the literacy that we used to do, Microsoft Word and Excel. Those things are irrelevant. So we're teaching them digital skills today for tomorrow, and also the fact that now they are able to expand it even to non-students or non-learners in the community. So there's conversations. In fact, others, they still want us to expand, because we did what we could do with the budget that we have. But I mean, the expansion and also the case studies that we're getting from the lessons that are learned by those learners and the teachers within the areas where we work, particularly what we call rural areas, but that's our target.
It's quite heartwarming to hear. Gentlemen, I'm not the only one with questions, so I'm going to open the floor for questions as well. And online, if there aren't, I'm going to continue with my questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand so we can get to you, and you can then be able to be part of this conversation, because we're talking about, you know, the TVET colleges. I mean, they are seen as the beacon of hope when it comes to our economy and turning things around and making sure that, in fact, what we're calling scarce skills, sometimes it's not necessarily scarce. So which means we can be able to look at the young people and the people that are coming from TVET colleges to bring those scarce skills. And how then do we begin to drive the conversation and the transformation in that particular regard? So if there's questions, please raise your hands before I continue with this conversation. All right, I'm going to ask the mic to get to some of you there, so that we are able to really just glean as much as we possibly can. If you can start with Ubaba here. We can glean as much as we can from the conversation. And please, may I ask that the questions be brief, straight to the point.
Yeah, I will try and be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think for me, if we want to trigger interest of the youngsters to enroll for technical vocational trainings in different TVETs, the starting point should actually be at the high school level. And I'm saying this based on experience. I've got a daughter who is in grade 7 this year. She has been taken by, or admitted by one of the 8 schools in the country which offers technical education, like civil engineering, structural engineering, electrical engineering, and so on and so forth. This means that by the time the child is in grade 10, or rather is in grade 12, she would have already been by default in the TVET space. And nothing stops that child from going to TVETs or going to any university which actually offers technical subjects.
All right.
So my bone of contention is that it should actually start there, but over and above that, we have got a challenge with parents. Ourselves as parents, we do not see value in our children going through or undergoing technical education.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
we
Ndate.
need to address that as well.
Thank you, Ndate. If you can move on to, can I just come back to you, not now? Ubaba at the back, do you still want to say something?
Yeah. Oh, okay. On the contrary, I have a daughter in a TVET college. And she went there because we encouraged her to go there. Because she started fixing things at a very, very young age. Here's a question. The throughput of the graduate cohort in the TVET sector must spend at least 18 months of the apprentice program. Corporate South Africa has actually closed its doors. It has. These kids end up loitering, not finding a placement. It's a very hard and a very difficult question that I need a response.
Yeah.
What are the exact strategies that are there to intervene and to assist the process? I wish the Deputy Minister was still here so that he can hear this.
Okay.
Because it is so fundamental.
Thank you very much for that, sir. The Deputy Minister is being represented here by Mr. Mashele. He is from the department. Dr. Mashele, I'm taking this one to you. What are you doing to ensure that corporate South Africa absorbs these youngsters? Because we can't be pushing them there and then they don't get jobs.
Thanks, Program Director. There are two things that we are doing as a country currently. I'll start with the latest developments. The Department of Higher Education and Training is moving towards occupational programs. In as far as occupational programs are concerned, we are saying when you admit a student into a TVET college or into occupational programs, that student must come in with a stigma or a logo of an industry. You must find an industry or an industry partner for that particular student. That is the first thing that we are doing. The second thing currently what we're doing is we're working with colleges in as far as internships and placements are concerned. We are also having mobilization strategies as a department. We're working with the partners, the industry partners, as they are saying sometimes to say the kind of education that we are producing is inferior. So we are saying, come on board, work with us, tell us what you want.
Are they
so that
receptive?
most of them are coming on board, and there is a grave stride that they've made. So I think the future looks bright for the country,
Okay.
basically.
Papa, you answered? I don't think he is, because I'm also a little bit not answered. And just maybe to say briefly, Mr. Mashele, a young person is watching us today contending with the decision to whether go to a TVET college or not. And if they hear that the absorption is a problem, that corporate South Africa will shut their doors for them, then they would much rather go and study at a university and do something they would rather not be doing because they're trying to secure a job. How do we urgently change that? Because if we are saying TVET colleges are becoming the future and what needs to be a backbone for the economy, how do you speedily change the mindset of corporate South Africa to welcome them?
Look, what we are doing is the issue of improving partnerships in the country, working together with them. And what we are encouraging is the linkage between colleges and the industry nearby should improve. So that is the only way that we can do to make sure that these guys come on board
All right.
and partner with us. And also when we deal with our curriculum review, they have their input so that they have that assurance
Okay.
to say the kind of education that we are producing as a country is a better one.
Zuko?
But also, Chair, we have my colleague with us here. You want to add value to the discussion?
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to add on maybe to some extent we have to accept that there is a need for government really to start pushing. Because I think what Mr. Mashele is mentioning is a pull. We're trying to pull the industry. But there's a need for government to start pushing the corporate. How? This is a strategy, it's an old strategy that has been working. Rebates. Make sure that industries and companies, and particularly private companies that are absorbing these kind of skills that we are producing at TVET colleges, we give rebates to those companies in a form of tax and so on. There are a lot of strategies that can be used to make sure that industries are being pushed. And also, this one is a bit harsh. Companies that are not ready to toe the line, they should be highly taxed. I'm sorry to say this thing, but if you say, this is a line that we want to push as a country, we want to produce skill. You are a company that is in construction, and you don't have anyone from a TVET space, then we tax you times 2.
Thank you very much. I just want to add something. In 2022, we had a summit with the industry in Cape Town, and industry declared that their doors are open. In that year, the president required of us to place about 10,000 students in industry. We placed over 14,000 students in industry.
Well done.
Last year, the target was 20,000. We just fell short of the 20,000. However, what we are also doing is that each college is required to sign sort of protocols, MOUs, MOAs, and so on, with industry. I am managing a project where my focus is on placing lecturers in industry. However, they must sign at least 2. But you look at our colleges, most of them, particularly the ones in Gauteng, each one of them has signed more than 50 partnerships, and they place. The other positive thing is that each and every college has got a placement officer.
So could it be maybe a disjointed, for lack of a better word, approach towards maybe signing the MOUs by some of the institutions, or does everybody comply, and where would then a gap be?
They all comply,
Okay.
though, at different levels, and different dynamics play in there. Because some would sign protocols for funding issues and so on. But most of them are placing students.
Okay.
And there's a great stride that we are seeing there, where students are being placed. And we are also pushing for placement of lecturers, I say. But I want to concur with what Zuko and Mr. Marshall have said. We need a push so that industries that are like reluctant are not easily let off the line. One example that I also want to give is that if you know the National African Federation for the Building Industry, NAFBI, we have signed a 5-year deal with them, and they have opened up for their more than 7,000 membership, companies. They have opened up space. The thing is, colleges need to find them and place them. However, 80% of their membership is SMEs.
All right.
And I don't know if colleges bite enough to make sure that they place students in industries.
Okay.
And that's something that we are also singing a lot about.
Thank you very much. Can we move to Usisi there, just to get her question? We're going to be wrapping up shortly. Okay, noted.
The question is twofold with regards to the age appropriateness of TVET colleges. First question is there a particular reason why technical subjects were taken away from high school. I remember when we were in high school, we had technical subjects until matric. Why were those taken away? And if anybody knows. And then the second one, as a parent to a teenager who is, 14, 15, right? I'm very apprehensive to send my child to a place. It's not a question of the curriculum, if it's appropriate or not. It's actually the environment, if it's age appropriate, because you cannot take a 21-year-old and actually put them in the same environment as a 15-year-old.
All right.
So that is the age appropriateness that is a bit of a concern for us as parents.
Okay, sure. Let me bring you in here, Zuko, because you were a former lecturer. You were there, and you say it is age appropriate. Here's a parent who says, I'm concerned about this, and then I'm going to come to you, Ndate Mashele, about the issue of the technical subjects.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate that as a former lecturer as well, we are trained to deal with, in fact, we are even encouraged by all colleges. We encourage our lecturers. I was encouraged when I went to training to deal with kids as young as 12-year-old, to recognize them and to be able to make them comfortable in the space. Yeah, that's where I'm going. The environment also, I think it's allowing that these young kids be in that space. When we go to market, for example, now I'm working as an assistant director for marketing and communication. We market as early as in high schools and also in primary schools, because we want to put an idea of a TVET college that is working with the age that you say is inappropriate. Even the environment, it does allow to say a 16-year-old can go to a TVET college. We've got structures, just like I've said, we've got psychologists, we've got a lot of structures that if you don't cope with the environment, we can be referred to.
Can we take her first question, Mr. Then I would like to go to Mr. Siziba with one question from online.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me, before I deal with the issue of technical subjects, let's deal with the issue of the students when they enter the colleges. We've got an entry support. When they are there, we've got the on-course support, also the exit support. So it caters for all the different ranges of support in a TVET college. Therefore, there are various supports that we can give to any student, being a student who is 16 years old or 20 years old. So I don't think for now it's an issue at this particular moment.
All right.
But with regard to the issue of technical subject, we have technical subject at basic education. There are still those technical high schools. And also in our colleges, we've got the technical subject under the NCV. In preparing our students for the NATED programs, although we are facing them, the NATED programs, we are facing them out for occupational programs. Therefore, there is a dual system both at the basic education and also at the technical colleges.
All right.
So there is still that engagement between basic education and the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Siziba. Let me come to you briefly. There's a comment here online. I would like to know how the Department of Education is prepping the scholars on new skills that would be required in future jobs. Future jobs are evolving due to full-scale applications of new technology, AGI and automation. I'm asking you this not as a representative of the department, but you spoke about, the labs, you spoke about technology.
Rules that are there. So I think there's an agreement. The earlier they get exposed to digital transformation programs, the better. So that when we invest at a TVET level, now they're able to consume. And I think for me, it's another contribution to entice then students to get to this technical kind of program that we offer at TVET. Because if not, then they go, I think there's a speaker that says something very interesting, that 80% theory and 20% technical, that's what we do in our curriculum. And the throughput shows that. That is why I went to university, but if I knew about FET at the time, I would have done a better job than what I'm doing now. Maybe, I don't know. But I think it gets there, that the earlier we do that, I think it's a good contribution at the earlier, then they can also contribute to them deciding which direction to go to. Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking the last two questions. 10 seconds. I've got one at the back, one at the front. 10 seconds. If you did not get to ask your question, our speakers are still here. You can be able to engage with them in the interest of time. About 5 seconds, your question?
So it was, I wondered whether the artisan industry would consider learning from the tech field, because I think what's been able to make technology move fast is the ability to make certifications, professional or tradable certifications available faster. And then linked to that is I also wondered whether the colleges would consider harvesting the local economies. The one gentleman spoke about SMEs, because I think artisans excel on an individual basis. So I do wonder whether that partnership could work.
Okay, thank you. Please note the question. Quickly.
All right, mine is not a question exactly. We are working with Constitution Hill. Our organization is based there. What we are doing schools outreach, whereby we are recruiting young girls from grade 10 to 12, because it's based on young women empowerment, to take media, construction, and entrepreneurship. We are working with CJC, which is Central Johannesburg College for construction in Doornfontein, and one for hospitality in Braamfontein. So we've adopted schools like Letsibuho in Soweto, Aurora in Soweto, Rand Girls in Braamfontein, whereby we are taking them to all these institutions that I've just mentioned, including Wits University. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's quite a good initiative. Susam, last one.
Thank you, Program Director. This is actually an input for the second panel. I am from Leisure Liputso in the Free State, Valcom. Yes, so I work in the promotion of reading, and I liked how you departed from the second discussion. So from my experiences that I've found out that people read for two reasons, because there's either a reward attached to the reading or punishment. So if we approach this, we need a theory of change. We need to have different discussions in front of learners, and not have conversations like reading is tedious, reading is a lot of work. And to our dismay is that professionals, teachers themselves don't even read, are not readers. They read because there was a reward, which was the qualification, and they read because there's punishment to the non-reading, which is now they need to comply because they need to now go and teach kids. So now what I'm saying is that we need that theory of change, like a culture shift. So my DDG is here, Dr. Mthembu, National. My departing input would be that the Read to Lead campaign was launched in 2015, and at the heart of this campaign was the drop all and read. So schools were tasked with having 30 minutes of reading, right, for enjoyment, not for curriculum, not for academics. So what we are saying is that from Leisure Liputso DDG is that this year, 2024, for DBE was the year of mathematics. We are saying to celebrate the 10 years of the Read to Lead campaign, can we please intensify and reactivate the Read to Lead campaign, because you cannot learn if you are struggling to read or you don't know how to read. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you for the inputs. Last final thoughts at the back of what we've just been asked at the back, and that will be the closing remarks. So I'll start with you, Ntate Mashele.
Maybe what I can say is, let me acknowledge the comment made on the issue of the artisans and the technos, that we need to look into and make sure that there is an alignment or learn from them. But as a sector, we're trying our level best to make sure that the artisan development becomes one of the best in the country. As we have realized that as a country, the only way to create jobs, we need a lot of artisans. Hence the issue of the 30,000 towards the 2030 NDP. Therefore, we will look into some of the advices and comments as indicated.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Your parting shot, Zuko?
Thank you. I think one, a tech and artisan, they are one thing. I think tech is we can actually incorporate tech with almost everything. That is why in these days you find people are doing your, what do you call this thing? Where you can work in a space, like maybe in a workshop, but not necessarily be in a workshop. So tech can really assist. But what I really want to emphasize when it comes to TVET colleges is a destigmatization. We really need to destigmatize, we need to be purposive about it. We have to campaigns that will destigmatize or reposition the brand of the TVET sector in the minds of one, the communities, two, the teachers in high schools. Teachers in high school, they've got a great impact into these learners. In class, they are told time and again, you must be a doctor, you must be a lawyer, go to university. So we need to cleanse that and reposition the TVET colleges. Thank you.
Mr. Siziba?
No, thanks. And I like what you said, but I'm a product of that. That's what from Standard 8, that's the message that we've been getting, going through. FET colleges were there at the time, but of course, it's a long time that we need to do. But a comment I wanted to make is about socialization. How do we socialize, these TVETs and also what's happening there? And it starts here for me, I mean, amongst us. You made a question at the beginning that how many people have been to colleges, to TVETs in the past 5 years? I mean, the hands were 2, 3. How many are they not interesting? How many are are going in the next 5 years? Then the hands were not there. So it means the stigma is quite real. I think I agree. Socialization of TVETs and the value that they produce in preaching the skill gaps and all that. I think the last comment I want to say is that whatever approach that we have, it has to be integrated because the work that we need to do is we've got a mammoth undertaking. I mean, first I've shared some of the things that we do, but it's just a fraction if you look at the entire TVET sector. So the collaboration amongst players with being skills development, being TVET, being industry and all that, I think it would take us to a direction so that even the skills that we produce, they are skills that are in demand in the market. Because we'll say that industry, we need to force them all to find out to produce skills that are irrelevant to the economy. Then how do we punish people in that? So I think that collaboration then will take us somewhere.
Sure, quite an interesting way to end off. Thank you so much to you all for your time. That was Mr. Zuko Mbelegwa, the Mbolekwa, Ekurhuleni East College Assistant Director, Mr. Makabongwe Siziba, Facet Chief Information Officer. We also had Mr. Pule Mashele from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and he's the acting Regional Manager, Gauteng State Region. Let's give them a round of applause. How informative was that? How informative was that? You didn't learn anything? Nothing? Nothing? Or is it hunger? Is it hunger speaking? Is it hunger? If you don't answer, I'm prolonging. If you don't answer, we are staying here until the evening. I will even pause my work just to see your beautiful faces. So did we not get information? Did we not glean from this knowledge? You are not eating. Did we glean from this knowledge? Did we not? Angiko convinced. Sonwabo, try. I'm still going to keep them here. Try Sonwabo. Understand? Is it because Balambil? Do you think? Ngizwa kunuka ukudla kumnandi yabona, but manje ngathi bazokunuka kuphela. Oh, you are saturating. Mara ngithi mawusaturate kumele uphendulele phezulu. Igcwele asikhulule ke.
So the cups are full.
Asikhulule yabona. So did we learn anything? Did we get information? Nazoge, now, you see, I paid for this lunch. You can't have my lunch after I slaved and paid so much and you don't speak to me. Me, I can't. I mean, I have dessert for you. I paid for dessert. I paid for lunch. Do you know how much money I spent? Anas, do you know how much money I spent? So as you absorb the knowledge, you'll be absorbing the food, but not now.
Thank you, Sisbonge. We thank you everyone for coming today. And just to summarize the engagements today, okay. To summarize the events from today, I think Mrs. Bongi has highlighted the amount of information that we've got,
You know, in one of the events that I attended, there's this one, I heard Umamu Lydia was talking about Bomakoko. There was this one Makoko in this event. And in the closing remarks, he spoke about the beautiful South Africa that we had, or we currently have, right? But the problem that we are having is South Africa only came together in 1994, right? And we voted. For the second time that South Africa came together is in 2010, where all government departments worked together to build the stadiums, to make sure that the World Cup worked very well. Now we are having these teething issues of thinking that the department must do things on their own, social development is there sitting on their own, and TVET colleges are there, and the department, DTI is sitting there, you know, and you need to look into how can we take this conversation further, and then bring these departments here to say, the crashes that are not funded, how do we help them? How does social entrepreneurship play part in such institutions? The ones that cannot be taken by the industries from the TVET colleges, who needs to employ them? He said the SMMEs are there. Are they well equipped? Who's funding those people? So I think these conversations needs to go further. So
quite an interesting one. So, you know, as I call this person who's going to close for us, a tip for all of us. Watch who you trouble, Nje, in your life on the way to the top. This next speaker who's coming to do the closing remarks for us, I used to give him a headache. We worked together at a certain place when I was still working in newspapers. I used to give him such a headache of note. And today, to know that he's coming to close this session for us, I'm very scared. Because I'm hoping he's going to say nice things about me and Sonwabo. I'm hoping he's not going to stand here and say we did such a bad job. So I'm hoping he doesn't remember the past. Tebe Mabanga from Inside Education. I hope you don't remember the past. You come here, clean slate, everything. I'm not that troublesome young journalist you met. You know, I'm old now, I'm nice. So as you close, be nice. You know, be nice. I'm now grown.
Now, Bongiwe is a politician. Bongiwe is a politician. That was perfectly timed. But I won't guarantee it'll save you, but it's fine.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I know I stand between you and your lunch, so I shall try not to be long. Well, part of my job has been done, which was to summarize the engagements. Our core MCs did very well. It's been such an interesting morning, right? I heard when the Vice Chancellor started off, the one thing I took from his speech is like the forward-thinking nature. He's talking 2035. I'm thinking Christmas 2024. He's thinking years ahead. I'm like, that is what higher education specialists have to do, right? They think ahead for us, the path that we must follow. He spoke of societal impact, the ethical adaptation of technology. That's quite very important. Because in a country like unemployment as we do have, if someone were to invent an AI tool or a software program that can easily replace 1,000 people at a go to perform whatever task, can you imagine the impact on unemployment that would have? Can you imagine that, right? So ethical adaptation of technology is quite important. And then, of course, when the Deputy Minister came, I like that he's brought us back to the NDP, reminding us that next year marks 5 years to the end goal. The question you have to ask as a country is, many of the NDP goals are out of reach, right? The NDP spoke of creating 11 million jobs. It's apparent we're not going to reach that goal. But the question is, what do we do with the remaining 5 years? Do we just throw away the target? Or do we do as much as we can in the 5 years that remain? So if you don't reach 11 million, the CEOs have already promised million jobs in the second phase. What can we reach? How close can we get to that? Can we get to 4 million? Can we get to 5? We have to, the mentality of that we adopt of what to do in these last 5 years matters. And of course, I was happy to hear that one of the centers of excellence of TVET colleges is at Eguruleni, in Guatemala, where I come from.
Not from the West Rand,
No,
thank you.
I'm from the East Rand. I am with Mr. Mbolo Gazugo. We played soccer together. We did other things as well. They shall not be mentioned here, for reasons I hope you can all appreciate. Our parents are in the room, so we will not, yeah. But yes, we come from the same area, and I'm up the road, literally, currently up the road from where he works. So yes, I was happy to hear that the TVET college in my area is one of the places picked for centers of excellence, because that's what, that's how we roll in Guatemala, so don't worry. And of course, from panel one, what struck me is it's amazing how much work that goes into curriculums for. I thought you just put in a DVD, Takalane, Sesame, and these kids are through ECD. No. Now there's a lot of people involved, and psychologists, and you think of what you're teaching these kids. They must watch your mouth when you speak. I'm like, yeah. We have to thank the people who work in the ECD space. Their patience is amazing. I would die. I am sorry, I would die. But yeah. So yes, I think the idea of ECD is quite important. What has quite happened, what I've noticed has happened the past 10 years in collaboration between corporates and the education sector is a realization that education support has got to go through the entire value chain. From ECD through primary and secondary, now TVET college and tertiary, up to and including work readiness. I think that came through from Zuko. Make a person ready and employable from day one. That process starts from that 0 to 4 year phase, what the United Nations calls the first 1,000 days of life, up to and including their early 20s, when the kids have got to work. So as we speak, we need to be training kids who are preparing to enter the world of work in 2040. I don't know if there'll still be interviews being done by then. There'll be other selection methods, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna have to turn up and do on the first day of work, but our task is to prepare them now. Then on the second panel, we brought up that important question on mother tongue education, the use of Zulu. I've tried this Zulu sibongile on an ATM, Nkosi yami. Ngathatha imali yagrosa ngathenga ugesi, Nkosi yami. 5,000 rands worth of electricity gone, done. I had lights on, but no food for that month when I tried my Zulu. But no, I do speak Zulu, and I follow you and your colleagues when you do this work. There's one colleague of Bongiwe who reads news Zulu. And then when we speak in this, AIDS space, when we spoke of this new vaccines, that's what I pick up from things. So I do speak Zulu. I use it, try use it in daily interactions. I battle to do it with my kids. I hear them, they're trying quite things, but I still feel they have to make a conscious effort to think it. But I'll work at it. I'll come to you for tips, and I'll also insist on 96% on Zulu, and we can do it 75 on English. So I'll do that. And then lastly, TVET colleges. You see, technical education in this country has a long and complex history, right? So before the end of apartheid, places like Telkom, Transnet, and Eskom were centers of technical education, right? They produced your Spornet and your Telkom produced, unfortunately, mainly white technicians, right? And then the reputation then acquired is that, technical education for people who are good with their hands. And that's how I think the origin of, then we must push kids to go to university and all of that started then. Back then, places like this were called technicons. This part of UJ was called FETS Technicon. Now they're called University of Technology, and that was the integration of technical education into mainstream academic education. But then comes the evolution of TVET colleges. As Matuma said, it's where people who learn and do things, that's where they're taught, right? Plumbers, the mechanics, hair technicians, this is where things get done. if you took kids who only have, if you took like BSc engineers and said to them, build a road, they will all stand and say, someone must elevate this, that, someone, you know, will flatten this and whatever, but the theory of how this should be done would be very well laid. But the actual work of dragging the roller from one and build that kilometer of road on a working day might not get done as efficiently as if you combine your TVET college graduates and your university graduates. So we have to emphasize the role of TVET colleges and promote them as we've had. So with that, we'd like to say thank you to all who have made this possible, starting with our landlord, the Prof who's had to leave us. The facilities here, remind ourselves that the building we're in is named after a doyen in South African business. People who get to study are privileged. The name Sol Kesner, the family of Kesner in tourism resonates quite well within South Africa. We enjoy facilities like your Sun Cities and Wild Coast because of them. The tourism industry is shaped by this name. So the facilities, I must say, they've lived up to the food as we came in. Forget the lunch that they're smelling now, what we tasted as we came in. You can tell that the Chefs Association and Culinary School is housed here. So we got to taste it firsthand. So thanks to the landlord. Thanks also to our host, Matuma. No, not because he invited me. No, I promise you, no, not because. But because, you know, for putting this together. And then, of course, nothing happens without the money. So Sibanye Stillwater, thank you for making the idea come to life of, you know, bringing everyone together, you know, pay for the good food and the space and the people who have to be here and the facilities, you know. Thank you for that. As I say, finances are an enabler of making ideas to come to life. And then, of course, the panelists, without whom we would not have much to think about, speak over, discuss over lunch and beyond. Thank you for your time and insights. They're quite valuable. If we had to pay for them, this event would probably not happen. So thank you for making yourselves available and offering your time and insights. Deputy Minister in absentia, thank you again for the keynote address. But most importantly, thanks to everyone in the room, as well as everyone who joined online and took part by asking questions and making input. Let us use the remaining time to network some more, exchange more education-based ideas. Singakhuluma isiZulu, right? It's allowed. Singakhuluma isiZulu and exchange these ideas and tell how, you know, and I'd like us to engage even more this idea of how corporates, whether corporates are receptive to the idea of absorbing TVET college trainees. I do recall a cousin with whom I started tertiary at the dawn of democracy, I must say, without revealing my age. He studied at PE Tech and went to study logistics, which is now such a fashionable thing. I do recall that part of what made him divert his stream is that he battled for the qualification appropriation 18-month placement to complete his diploma at what was then PE Tech. So this idea that corporates maybe were not seamless in the integration between training and placement, that maybe needs a bit more exploration. And please, but we told you, don't expect Sibanye and Nkosiyam to take every learner in, you know, TVET. They can't do it alone, as we heard earlier from the ICANN Foundation. We heard that no one can just do it alone, right? It's a partnership, it's a collaboration. So let's engage on these and other ideas. Thank you ever so much for making time to be with us today. Please do respond when we call you again for yet another engagement in this education space. Do pick up a copy of the print edition of Inside Education. Tell you we are up to date with the news. We've got the new Minister of Education on the cover, talking about matric and preparations. We are up to date. And yeah, let's keep engaging. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Tebe. Can we please quickly have all the panelists here? Quickly. I come bearing gifts. You see how nice I am? Do you see? I've changed. Yeah, I've changed. Very nice person now. I come bearing gifts. You see, I am. Sonwabo and I, where would you be, Mara, without us? We're giving you gifts. Christmas has come early for you.
Early Christmas. Where?
And if you do have a colleague who's left, please ngicela usondele ubathathele.
We can start here. For the colleagues. Oh, thank you.
Is it? Oh, really? I mean, hey,
Yeah,
thank
no.
you. What would a gift
Siyabonga.
be without me having a gift for myself, you know? Eish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of our program.
It is.
Yeah.
Before we go,
Mhm.
please note the panelists as well as the people who are seated at the, excuse me as I pronounce this, VVIP table. Please note that you can go to the holding room for your lunch because we'd like to converse a bit more. And all other guests, please go to the cafeteria area where there's a buffet lunch, and then you can return to your table to have the meal. So as you eat, think of us, you know, we paid for this.
And engage.
Possible.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thanks.